順位しかいつでも準備 OK。 根順位しかいつでも準備 OK。 みんなが無事なら私も頑張った甲斐があるってもんだ。
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Okay, we're almost full in stamina. I should probably use some of it.
変身バンいでかすり傷だ。やっついてこれる。よしこの身を刃に破つ同調小石やっでやっ勝てよこれ。私の出番のようだね。絶好調だよ。変身で違う方法だけど師匠が教えた修行と似てる感じだ。うまく言えないけど。
Let's try buying these things from the souvenir store first. Hey, Board Mako, welcome to the stream. Hope you have fun here, or hope you find time to chill here. If you got any questions about gacha wuwa or gacha games in general, don't hesitate to ask.
OK。
I think it was this one. Hey Ivan, welcome back. You think you finally got your perfect official artifacts on her birthday, no less? Hey, got that birthday buff. But hey, congrats, man. Hopefully your official's amazing now. I think I switched my own official's artifacts to, what was it, Golden Trope set not too long ago. But her stats aren't as good as her artifact set beforehand. I think overall it should be better for her, but I think she lost net like 10% crit rate. I think she has similar crit damage as before, about like 200% or so. But I know for a fact that, sorry about that. I know for a fact that her crit rate isn't as good as it used to be. So I'm thinking maybe one day I'll be able to go back and give her at least like 70% crit rate again. I was gonna say I was here early, but then you forgot it's a Memorial Day, yeah. Thank God. But tomorrow I'm going back to being a wage slave again. For what it's worth, I did enjoy the last 4 days off. Reminded me of life before I got my job. Just went hard pity for Robin. Surely woo-up pulls will go better. Oh no. Hey Juan, welcome to the stream. How's it going, man? Over on YouTube chat. You started FGO and it was really fun. Hey, good for you, man. I'm surprised too. Didn't think that somebody new would pick up FGO and immediately think that it's fun. But you know, if you like it, you like it. Hey Nirens, what's going on? Welcome back. Now I'm just chilling. Last stream for the 4-day weekend, the 4-day weekend for me, so gonna stream for a little bit before I gotta go get ready to go back to work tomorrow at least. Hey Warwick, welcome back, man. How you doing? Tell you about it. You don't want to go back either, but you need the Gamba money for your 2D and 3D anime girls. Yeah, such is life, right? Such is life. How's the game so far? You only got to the point where presents get unlocked and logged. I think I'm going to stick with what I said in my last stream, which is the game gets better as the more you play. Once you get to like mid-early game where you start like leveling up your echoes, you start collecting echoes, and you start thinking about what kind of echoes you give your characters, that's when the game gets significantly better. Can't speak for the story because I've been naturally skipping all of it, for the most part anyway. Speaking of story, I think we should do the main quest again. Speaking of which. Tauchi is like the thickest character in the game, but they gave her the flattest ass. No cake. Say less.
まあ白紙っぽいね。でも気遣いが下手な感じもなんか可愛い。まあいつものことだって。それより漂白者、何があったのか教えて。フラクトシデスの野郎、本当にムカつく。キエンとレイン、それと核はどういう関係にある？関係？
Cakeless behavior. They'll make up for it with another character, I'm sure.
キエン将軍って確か軍医だったんだよね。はい。ですがお二人の関係をお話しする前に、少し今週の歴史について紹介する必要がありますね。劇場近くにいる講談師から聞いた話ですが、
婚礼院は祭主の核が選んだ州の主。その歴代の霊院の中には祭主の共鳴者が存在する。しかし前任が辞任した後、霊院不在のまま
When are these companies gonna realize that you can't have thick thighs and no ass? Those two have to go together. It's physically impossible.
極楽の地は砂と無種の兵器が残る暗天に覆われた不毛の地。長らく今州に負けが続いていた。憎き無双選手が散らばった兵器の念を取り込む。
Are you enjoying the story so far? What story?
現れたるは良きの元将軍カジョリン。天に並びし蒼月は災いの訪れを語る。カジョリン将軍が剣を高く掲げ、決着をつけるべく飛び出したのだ。黒い炎に染まる剣、それに焼き払われる眼前の敵ども。 もはや彼を止めるものは何もない。そしてその時、極楽の原に逆さまの雨が降り始めた。天に落ちる雨粒の洞窟と怪物の方向、煉獄と化した戦場の岸も音が鳴ったのだ。カジョリン将軍は最後の命令を下す。全軍に次ぐ戦線維持、最後まで戦え。漆黒の炎でその身を焼きながら、彼は無双選手と死闘を繰り広げた。だがその後の行方はようとして知れぬまま。絶望を取り巻く戦場の沈黙を切り裂くは、雷鳴のごとく炸裂した流銀。ある少年が光竜の旗を引き継ぎ、苦戦の末良きを導き、全軍が撤退を果たしたのだ。この一戦で名を挙げた風の竜を操る少年は数々の武勲を賜り、
The story so far is haha amnesia, wait, I'm actually important.
選ばれたのだった。失踪したカジョリン将軍は責を問われる。そして無謀な指揮を取り、大量の兵士を殺したとして
Sitting here debating Arknight's the Arknight 6-star selector is worth the 30 before it goes away in half a day. Later tomorrow. If there's a particular 6-star you're looking for, or if there's someone you just want, then yes, it's worth it. Just considering that, you know, trying to get a particular 6-star operator these days is like next to impossible unless they're a unless they are like a shop operator, like a yellow cert shop operator. Or at the very least they're on like kennel rate up or something. But it's like, do you really want to risk like getting spooked on like kennel banner or something like that? I would say it's worth going for if there's anybody you're actually looking for, whether it's for gameplay reasons or for waifu/husbando reasons. If you're not looking for anybody in particular, then no, you can just skip it. Ruskin, thanks so much for the 49-month resub, man. Welcome back. Almost 50. Next month. Imagine if the devs for Blue Archive made a second game and takes place when the girls are in college. I'm pretty sure the girls themselves don't even age. Like, do we know if the girls in Blue Archive in universe even like physically age or anything? Because it feels to me that they're perpetually stuck at their current years or whatever. Then again, they have different years. So, like, they should age, I guess? I don't know how fucking Blue Archive lore works. Who fucking knows? you subbed to me, so now you don't need to see commercials while I'm watching basically a commercial in the form of an unskippable cutscene. Keck. You just really want Calcit to step on you? I get the feeling Calcit had a recent rate up on either regular banner or kennel banner. Probably not kennel, so I'm assuming it was regular banner. So you must have just missed it. So unless there's like a recent like kennel rate up for Calcit that's coming up soon at some point, then yeah, you might as well just pick up the selector and grab Calcit that way. Yeah, it was just an in-game cutscene. Fancy ass graphics and shit like that, or fancy ass animation and shit like that. Hina wants to AIDS, yeah, but can she is the question. Millions dead. Yep, any waves? Hey, we can't call Wuthering Waves that, because at least in this game, you can skip most of the story. And pretty soon, Kuro Game, or at some point, Kuro Game will let you skip the entire story. So, can't call this game yapping in waves. Maybe for now you can, but pretty soon you can't anymore. At some point soon, TM, you won't be able to. Also, how does this make sense? Why is there foliage right underneath a waterfall? The fuck?
道案内してくれているのでしょうか。ついて行ってみましょう。
Butterflies. Best waifu in Wuwa? My favorite is Yang still. I like her blue and black color palette the most. Blue and black is actually a very rare color palette for like anime characters to use, in my opinion. Like, I don't know of very many characters, even throughout all my gacha games, that have a character who prominently feature blue and black, like that particular color combination. Like, it's usually a blue and white. Blue and white is very common, I think. Or like blue with maybe another color. Actually, blue's not that common of a character palette color, I don't think. Actually, maybe Yelan pulls it off. What does Yelan wear again? Shouldn't she be also blue and black? Just know she's blue, obviously, Hydro. But, yeah. Not a lot of other anime characters that wear blue and black. So Young wearing it is very striking to me. Hey Kama, welcome back. Wuwa feels like Genshin 2 more than its own thing. Initially, yes. Initially it'll feel like that for sure. But the more you play, the more you'll realize that this game, at least combat wise, it's more of its own. Exploration wise, I can see why why it would feel more like Genshin 2. Because, in my opinion, Wuwa's exploration is in fact just a straight upgrade of Genshin's, but fundamentally it's very similar, if not the same. But combat-wise, like actual gameplay / combat is where the game differs, and obviously, you know, you should be playing the game for the combat more than anything else. L-Dubs, thanks so much for gifting 2 subs, man. Thanks so much for your generosity. Oh, this is where we meet Verena in-game, I guess. Yeah, I was about to say Bubba Gumps. Yeah, isn't Yelan blue and black? Which would explain why I like her so much, too. Mostima as well. Does Mostima wear black? I guess she does. She's definitely blue. And then Tex Alter, yeah. Her default outfit. I don't know if she wears any blue on her person. Maybe her swords are blue? Because I know in Tex's Alter's skin, her swords change color from blue to red. I know that much. So I'm not sure, but I'm not sure if she actually wears any blue on her person, on her clothes, in her default skin. Maybe she does. Farina, I guess. Yeah, Farina, actually. Actually, I don't know if Farina wears black, technically. She wears dark blue. So, but then, you know, obviously that would count more towards the blue department, not the black department. You playing Genshin? Where's your midair grapple? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Once you get used to Wuwa's exploration, I feel like for a lot of people it's gonna be very hard going back to Genshin's exploration, because again, Wuwa's exploration is just a straight upgrade. Like, it's so much nicer exploring Wuwa than it is in Genshin. Genshin's got the visual landscape, got the visual perk where the game just looks better. But this game actually has the mechanics to back it up, or the mechanics to like make the exploration in this game fun in its own right.
すみません。実は私、ネオユニオン育ちで、こちらの礼儀にあまり詳しくなくて。
Farina is mostly blue. Yeah, exactly.
私は鹿。こっちはヤンヤン。あと
Well, I'm looking forward to an FGO archetype birth for now. She's only what, like a month away, a little over a month away.
この子たちも普段はばあさんの案内をお願いしてるんですよ。ところで皆さん。
She smiles because she knows she's broken.
お手伝いしますよ。
I did hear that she's the best character in the game for now. Kind of surprising considering she's a healer, but I'm assuming she has other support capabilities that let her do other stuff than just heal. Because typically speaking, people don't consider healers to be top tier. So I'm assuming she does something else as well, like give your team like an attack buff or something. Do you have any bots appearing recently? Yeah, I had a couple, but they only appeared like once. And after I banned them, they didn't come back again. Maybe today we'll see more bots. Apparently there's some drama about bots against WUA happening both on Twitch and YouTube. That doesn't surprise me. It was the same with Genshin back in the day too. Genshin's had like botting issues before from time to time. It's just a thing. It happens whenever like a big game comes out and it's a very popular streaming game as well. Like I'm sure back in the day when Valorant first came out, there were tons of bots just running rampant at back in the day. So I don't think it's just the WUA issue, it's just a general Twitch issue. Like I hear it's hilariously easy to like fucking like if you really wanted to, you could like fucking do all kinds of horrid shit to a random ass Twitch channel, like fucking flood their channel with bots, V-bot them, follow bot them, yada yada yada. Clorn is worth you spending 4 minutes climbing a mountain for an Oculus. Yeah, I still have to finish up Fontaine exploration. One of these days I'll be able to do that one day. But yeah, Clorn in a week, so hopefully you're looking forward to her. Genshin's not exactly a high bar to do better with movement though. Then you just have Stario where you're not even allowed to jump. Well, to be fair, Stario was never intended to be like an exploration game either. And to be honest with you, I think the only reason why a game like Star Rail even has exploration to begin with is to like give it that Genshin feel so that it can bait more Genshin players into playing Star, because hey, it looks and plays similar enough to Genshin. But typically a turn-based game doesn't really have a need for exploration. It's just kind of there, which is fine. It's extra content, so there's nothing bad about it. But yeah, it's not like Star Rail needed exploration. She gives a 20% attack on a skill upgrade. Ah, that's why then. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because yeah, since we don't have that many characters in the game, and typically most people aren't going to have a lot of characters to begin with. Yeah, anybody who gives you an attack buff of some kind is going to be very strong. So that's quite nice. I'll probably level up my own Farina then at some point. Riot's had a plethora of bots running around Twitch to elevate their games. Yeah, you know, we're at League of Legends and all that, right? So, I'm not surprised. But yeah, it's more of a Twitch-wide issue than like a Wuwa only thing. What made you a chixia main? So playing through the game, I've been trying to figure out how the fucking parry mechanic works, like the regular parry mechanic where like enemies like glow yellow and then you can like left click at a specific time with the specific timing to parry them or whatever. It turns out I'm really bad at that. Mainly because I don't understand what triggers it. Because sometimes I'm like, oh, it works, and most times I'm like, well, I just get my face kicked in when I try. So for now, I'm going to say I am bad at parrying, and so the most I can do is really dodge shit. I'm used to dodging stuff because I play Ether Gazer, and that's all you do in that game. So hey, at least I have some practice with that. So dodging, I'm adequately competent at, but parrying I don't understand. The only way I can get consistent parries is by playing Genshin and then pressing E whenever an enemy attacks, just like a regular counter parry, like in like what is it? In like Genshin with characters like Beidou, Yunjin, and who's the last parry character in that game? I know there are three. Oh, Candace, yeah, Candace can also parry. But with regular characters, I still don't get it. So for the most part, I've been resorting just to dodging to avoid it getting hit. And so because of that, I found that playing ranged characters, in my case Chixia, is really nice because then I don't have to dodge as much. I also have the really bad habit so far, a bad habit that I got from Ether Gazer, because in Ether Gazer you can dodge quite a bit, and the game doesn't penalize you that hard. But in this game, if you try dodging a lot in quick succession, the game does punish you because your stamina doesn't come back. It doesn't come back easily. Not to mention, you sometimes have a lot of enemies attacking you at once, so you need to dodge a lot. If they're all attacking you at once. So I found that it's really easy to deplete your entire stamina bar in one go, or in just a couple of interactions. And so once you're out of stamina, it's like, okay, well, you're fucked, right? Because if you don't have a shield up, like with Genshin or somebody else who gives you a shield, or if you don't have a healer, you're getting hit. You're taking a shot to the face. And so playing a ranged character like Chixia really helps me conserve dodge energy, because all I need to do is just back off a little bit and then shoot and then attack people from range, which is nice because in Genshin ranged characters are just de facto melee characters, just like archers and like catalyst users maybe are a little bit different, but even still you usually play catalyst casters or catalyst users in Genshin pretty close up too, because they only have so much range. Before they can't lock onto enemies properly. So you have to be up close to enemies no matter what. So even the ranged characters in Genshin end up feeling like melee characters, but with a little bit of extra range, right? Even archers, who technically have more range than casters, I think, they have a hard time with shooting at enemies from afar because, arrows have travel time, and they're not particularly fast. So you want to play close up to enemies anyway to make sure that your shots actually land. Not to mention to make sure that your elemental reactions, if you're running say for example Yoimiya, and then you're also running Yelan or another chixia or another off-fielder, right? That does coordinated attacks or whatever. You want your reactions to work properly, and so you have to play up close anyway. But in this game, since your ranged characters are gun users and bullets travel pretty fast, it's actually extremely viable fighting enemies from long range. Because bullets travel pretty fast, like I said, and there doesn't seem to be any damage drop off like there would be in a regular FPS game. So it doesn't matter where you fight them from. Your ranged characters, your gunslingers in this game are going to do full damage anyway. So by that logically speaking, the best place for gun users, for gunslingers to fight is from long range, which means that I don't have to dodge as much. Not to mention when fighting against other ranged characters, because other ranged enemies rather, their attacks are pretty fast actually. If you're only fighting at mid range, but at long range, when you can see them coming, it's very easy to dodge them. At that point, you have so much time to react to enemy range attacks. And so the more distance you can put between yourself and enemies, the better. the better gunslingers are in this game. I haven't used the catalyst user yet. I haven't used the caster in this game yet. I forget who was a caster in this game. Maybe Verena is, but I don't know how good their ranges are. I plan to switch. I'll probably switch out my Genshin over to Verena at some point soon. But until then, I'm still working with Genshin, so I don't know how good like casters' ranges are in this game. The parry mechanic can be very jank at times, even if you do timer. Okay, so it's not my fault then. I thought it was just a skill issue. I thought I just had to get good. But if other people are also having trouble like consistently landing parries, then I feel a little bit better then. Because yeah, all this time I thought it was just a fucking skill issue. Yeah, just get better. Kek W. You're in the middle of exploring Sumeru from the beginning. Oh, have fun with Sumeru exploration, Akaru. I hope you have fun with it anyway. Gun and waifu, nice. Yeah, there's that too. You regret starting it? Too many chests you skipped in Sumeru. Meanwhile, you're on 100% full clear on Fontaine. Sumeru exploration is definitely the most complicated exploration in Genshin. I think MiHoYo recognized that, which is why Fontaine's exploration is for the most part very straightforward. Minus the whole fucking exploring doing the entire fucking fortress quest line. That shit is annoying as fuck. But minus that. Pairing with units like MC can get a bit annoying because you have to be real close to enemies that you from what you've experienced. Yeah, so like you have to be like right next to them. Because yeah, I've been like, maybe your character needs to be locked onto the enemy that is about to attack you and has an attack that you can parry for you to be able to parry it. Maybe that's part of the reason why. And then you think ranged users can't parry? No, they can. It's just really tricky. Okay. Yeah, maybe there is. Yeah, maybe there is a proximity thing to it where you have to be right next to them or some shit. Or like the game needs to know that your current character is locked onto an enemy who's doing an attack that you can parry for you to be able to parry them. I can keep testing it out later. You're a Baiji main yourself, or just Glacios in general, because no Hydro. Yeah, next best thing is is being an Ice main, if not Hydro. JP dub carrying this game hard? Yeah. I heard the English dub was not fantastic in this game. I mean, the little bit of English dubbing I heard at the beginning of the game wasn't really that great either. Genshin's EN dub is by far better, is for sure superior. Looking forward to Kukulkan and FGO. Yeah, same. She's next year for NA though, isn't she? So she's got quite a while. We've still got a little bit to wait on her. Lot easier since you got the loot mapper. Yes, the loot mapper is yet another reason why Wuwa's exploration is mechanically a lot better. Yeah. There's so much about Wuwa's gameplay. Like, it's very obvious that Kuro Game studied Genshin's exploration and were like, okay, how do we make this shit better? You wish parrying was a button? Yeah, kind of like with Genshin's skill, yeah. Because Genshin, you can parry anything with her skill so long as you just time it right. Whereas the current, like the standard parry mechanic in this game is you can only parry certain attacks from enemies. when they've got like that glowing yellow circle that closes in on them. But yeah, I wish parries were just by default just every character has just like a dedicated parry button where you press it and then boom, it happens. But I suppose if that's the case, then Genshin wouldn't have like a default, or wouldn't have like a dedicated parry button of her own. But suppose they could have given her something else maybe. But yeah, ideally I think they should have just given everybody a parry button. But oh well, clearly they didn't. Clearly they didn't go for that. Can't wait for gun meta when an OP gunslinger comes out. I mean, hey. Speak for yourself, man. I'm already loving my own chixia. How many other gun characters do we have in this game? Is it just chixia for now, or do we have another? Like, what weapon does Yenwu use? The what is it? This dude, the old guy. Well, what is the old dude? Oh, actually, now that I think about it, Yenwu also has a black and blue color scheme too. That's pretty cool. And it's a dude. Oh, and it's on a dude as well. Even better. That's kind of rare. Boxing. He probably uses gauntlets then. He's probably a melee character. Yeah, gauntlets. Yeah, figures. Alto does. Okay, I don't know who Alto is because I don't have him. Then I was on YouTube. I dual stream Ocean Polaris. Yeah, I think you typed a little bit in Twitch chat as well. I dual stream so that my viewers can choose which platform they want to watch me on. Like if you're more comfortable watching on YouTube, then you can watch me here. Same thing in PGR actually. In that game, you get around that sort of problem by switching, since stamina counter is separate for each character. Oh, the stamina part. Okay. But yeah, clearly in WoW, I don't think that's the case. At least I've never noticed if your stamina bar is shared or if it's separate for every character. Because if it's separate in what is it in PGR, then that actually makes a lot of sense for you to or it incentivizes you switching to other characters on a regular basis. Yeah, if everybody's stamina counters are different, because what you would do, I'd imagine, is you go in with one character, use up all their stamina, and when they're out, switch to another character and just go hard on with them too, and then switch to your third character. Basically, you cycle through your entire team, and so that by the time you get back to your first character again, they're back up to full stamina again, assuming that characters regen their stamina while they're out of the fight, or while they're inactive. If that's how it works, then actually that makes a ton of sense in PGR. So, assuming it doesn't work like that in WoW, I'm kind of curious as to why they didn't make it work like that too. Mortefi. Oh yeah, that's right. Mortefi is also a gun user too. He's also a gunner too. Forgot about that. So currently we have 2 guys and then Chixia, who are all gunslingers. Gotcha. Hey, Mo Legend, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 2-year resub, man. Welcome back. Congrats on your 2 years. And congrats on your new Rainbow Tail badge. The best badge we have in the channel. The R&R questline is so much longer than it needed to be. Hell yeah, man. Holy fucking shit. I'm not even done with that shit either. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I've only finished like a single questline. I have to go back and check how much more I have on the R&R questline to finish up. But yeah, I have to finish up the R&R questline at some point too. We're probably gonna get Natlin before I even go back and even start R&R or restart the R&R questline. How's the story in this? You haven't installed but haven't been able to play much. The story is nothing special from what I've heard. I've just been skipping through most of it because I'm not invested in much gacha story these days anymore. Between my new real life job and what is it? And just me playing 10 or 11 gacha games at the same time. So I don't really have much time left for me to like invest myself into any story these days. But I've heard that it's not great. Apparently, though, it does get much better with Acts 5 and 6. From what I've seen and from what I've heard. So, like, maybe most of the beginning story is kind of a slog. I did hear that there were some interesting points that are worth paying attention to, but everything else kind of eh. But then apparently starting from Act 5 is when things like start picking up. So maybe you can just ignore the rest of the story up until you hit Act 5, and then maybe you can start paying attention at that point forward. Maybe just like read a quick synopsis just off the internet somewhere to learn what happens throughout the rest of the story, the first 4 story chapters or whatever leading up to Act 5, so you at least have the background information and context to understand what's going on in Act 5 and above, or Act 5 and later. But that's what I hear. Yenwu is a boxer, yeah. Just from his description, it says he runs a boxing gym, so gauntlet dude for real. Yeah, same, Hannah. Yeah, heard that the story does legit get better with Act 5 and 6. They get more cinematic, but the story itself doesn't really improve. They just go set piece action sequence. Okay, kind of disappointing here, but hey, Little War Mule, welcome back, man. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I'm just chilling, just enjoying my last day off. Because it's Memorial Day here in America, and it's a federal holiday, so most workplaces, it's a rest day for us. So just chilling, enjoying the rest of the day for today, before I have to go back into corpo hell tomorrow. Come on, let me grab these figs, goddammit. There you go. Kuro has a bad habit of making early game story a slog. PGRs like that too. Is this that Fractidious girl or whatever the fuck? But when they get their footing, they have the capacity to write a great story. I see. So it takes them a long time to get going. Gotcha. Kind of reminds me of Arlecchino. Kind of. Just with the red and black color scheme. You got best girl. Who? Chixia? Yuri bait? Yuri bait flushed? Oh, it's not on autoplay.
あなたに構ってもらうと楽しくなっちゃうの。こんな 気持ちになったのは初めて。あなたのこともっと知りたくなっちゃった。はーい。あなたはブラックショアが指名したターゲットなんだよ。そう、私はブラックショアの花持ち。この黒い花は花持ちの証。世界を救う責任と使命だったかな。そんな感じのやつ。目的ね。賢人をたくさん集めて救世を果たすだっけ。どう？興味ある？私は興味ないよ。だってそんなの楽しい。
Anybody know what happened to Project Mugen? Probably gone, to be honest. Nah, they're just cooking.
私はね、強いやつを
It's common for, at least these days, it's common for gacha games to, like, big scale gacha games like, you know, Genshin clones, for example, to announce, well, I shouldn't say it's common, really only, so far, Arknight's Enfield and Azure Permilia have done something like this. Oh, Z3 too, so I guess it is more common now that I think about it. But not Azure Lane, that's a different game. Azure Permilia, Arknight's Enfield, and Z3 were all like this. And I guess to a certain extent Star Rail, but Star Rail's release, like the time it took between like when we first heard about Star Rail and to its release was pretty quick, all things considered. But Z3, Azure Permilia, and now Project Mugen, Arknight's Enfield too. They all do this thing where why are our eyes closed? They all have done this thing where they announce that the game exists, right? Oh, we're working on this game right now. And then they go go radio silent for like a long time before they come back and hit us with like, oh, here's what we've been working on. Here's a new gameplay trailer, right? That's what Arknight's Enfield did. We've known about Enfield for at least the past, I want to say, going on 2 years. I forget when they first put out their first teaser videos or whatever. I think it was 2 years ago, was it not? And then only just late last year did we finally get an update where, oh yeah, this is what we've been working on. This is what our game looks like right now. And they put out like a trailer doing like Gamescom or some shit, right? As like their official reveal, like public reveal, instead of just being on the internet through the YouTube channel or whatever. And then shortly thereafter, we got a closed beta for the Chinese server, and then for global soon afterwards. Project Mugen is doing the same thing because last year we saw their announcement, right? They put out a trailer on their official channel or whatever on YouTube. And then, yeah, so now we know about the game, but yeah, it's still far from, the game itself is still far from full release. I mean, they got, typically speaking, gacha, be like Genshin clones, Genshin style gacha games, which is Genshin clones for short. Typically want to do like a closed beta, several rounds of closed betas first before they feel like they're ready for full release. So, Project Mugen right now is just cooking. So this is pretty typical, at least in my opinion. However, I would expect them to hit us back with some more news later this year. At least that's what I'm anticipating. So if we don't get any news at some point later this year, then I would say, yeah, it's kind of time to like start panicking. So assuming the studio itself didn't just fucking fall apart at some point, which I don't think they have. I'm assuming that they're still out there somewhere. Still working on the game. But if they don't hit us back with some more news later this year, then perhaps that's case to worry, or perhaps that's reason enough to worry. No, Kama, it's not a fighting game. They just named it Project Mugen. Matter of fact, I don't even think Project Mugen will be its full name. It's probably just a placeholder name until they can come up with something better. But maybe it is its real name. Who knows? But no, I would safely estimate that they're still just cooking. Also, why are there cats here? So, you know, give them time. Oh, we have to go all the way back. All right. You can combine the trash ones, the RNG ones that you don't have for more points, like echo enhancement. Yeah, because you can do that in Genshin and Star Rail too. So yeah. Hey Eric, tried Wua, figured out your specs aren't up to snuff. Oh, oof. Man, Wua is just that much more demanding than Genshin, graphically, huh? Or specifications wise, huh? I wonder if that's an engine thing. That UE4 is a lot more demanding on computers than Unity is. Game really needed a lot more time in the oven. Yeah, agreed. They really shouldn't have launched the game in this state, but hey, you know, at the same time, they did just give us all a free 5-star selector, a second one, so, you know, that's nice. New character? I think this guy is Alto, right? Just unoptimized? Yeah. Really should have polished the game a little more. Let's see. Reddit has a reason as to why the game has so much lag. The main UE specialist, GIF, I guess somebody on the dev team, was laid off 2 months before release, and whatever they added, or whoever they added between last CBT and actual release, destroyed the optimization. Oh no. But that's kind of sad to hear, Hannah. But unfortunately, that seems to be kind of the trend with businesses in mainland China. They're laying off all. Actually, maybe that's only for like white collar jobs, but blue collar jobs is definitely the opposite way around. Maybe for white collar jobs is a little bit different. But yeah, they laid off their one fucking Unreal Engine specialist. It's like, okay, well, shit. No fucking wonder, I guess. Pink-haired girls? You had me at pink hair. First time you crashed. Surprisingly, maybe it's because, yeah, it's Encore. Surprisingly, my computer has not, like, Wua has not crashed on me yet. Knock on wood that it doesn't happen. Oh God, is Rover into pink-haired girls just like me too? She's just like me, for real, for real. Yeah, Wua actually hasn't crashed on my ass yet. It might happen at some point, but hasn't actually crashed on me yet. So that's cool. Maybe it's just because my PC is just strong enough to handle it or something. Yeah, maybe for lower end PCs, they struggle a lot more with this game. Perhaps. What's with that clothes design? Like, imagine putting that on. I mean, to be honest with you, like 80% of anime clothing design is like, how the fuck do you put that on in the first place? Like, gentle reminder, for Shenhe and Genshin, imagine how annoying it must be for her to go to the bathroom wearing that kind of shit. Full on fucking bodysuit and whatever the fuck is on top of that. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, salty bet, salty bet. Place your bets. Project Mugen gonna have a hard time whenever it does launch. I don't think so. It depends on how well the game does come out, because like, although Kuro Game is trying their best to manage the situation right now with how, you know, with all the problems they have with Wua's launch, people will remember, right? People will remember that despite, you know, us getting like a second free 5-star selector, people will remember that this game had like a lot of optimization issues at launch, much more so than a game like maybe Genshin Impact, maybe. And it affected a lot more people too, like just on a player-based percentage kind of thing. So those kinds of mistakes, that'll come back to, like, that'll stick with Kuro Game, Wuthering Waves. It'll stick with Wuthering Waves for a while. So like, Project Mugen can still succeed. They just need to establish their own identity. Like, their game just needs to do a good job establishing its own identity, right? Give, like, oh, this is how we're different because we're providing this sort of different, you know, gameplay experience, blah, blah, blah. This sort of different setting, you know, yada, yada, yada. And not only that, but if they can nail their launch where... What the fuck is that? Where they can nail their launch and, like, release the game without much, you know, with good optimization, right? So you know, people can actually play the fucking game without bitching about how badly the game runs on their systems. Then yeah, people will remember that, and people will play. I mean, just the like the whole aesthetic of, oh, it's basically an anime Spider-Man game where you get to fucking swing around this giant ass city, right? Then that's really cool. Even though Azure Parmelia's got the whole, like, oh, you can ride on dragons kind of thing going on, right? Like, I would say, like, just Spider-Maning your way through a big-ass city still has its own appeal, too, you know? Not to mention, it's like an actual urban landscape, which is something that Azure Parmelia doesn't really have. I guess technically Wuwa has that, but, you know, this is more like a, you know, this is more of a space China aesthetic, or like an alternate universe China aesthetic, not necessarily like a downtown urban landscape kind of thing. Unless you want to go down to like the Sea of Flames area where you see all the fucking, you know, floating broken skyscrapers, but even then that's a little bit different, you know. So no, I think there's room for Project Mugen to really like carve like a space out of the Genshin clone market for themselves still. I mean, there always is. It just depends on how innovative you can get with making your game, and how good of an experience you can deliver. Also, what the fuck are we going now? Look for Alta. Oh, we gotta look for that asshole. We already saw that. Ah, down here.
私に任せてください。そっちは頼みます。
Project Mugen's aesthetic is completely different. Yeah.
分身の感覚が
Like clearly their art direction and their gameplay experience direction, that if that's even a word, are pointed differently. So yeah, they still got a shot.
逃げるなんてとんでもない。最初から本命は君だよ。
Bodysuits or body stockings you have, what do they have? They could have zippers under there. Bro, that can't be comfortable at all. Like imagine having a fucking zipper right up next to your fucking like your fucking cunt or your fucking dick, man. That can't be very comfortable at all. Hey, full out Alchemist, how's it going, man?
ほどほどにしとけアンコ。お客さんを脅かしすぎだ。
アルトには言われたくない。アンコだって普段こんな
You only had one crash during the initial cinematic for this game, but it crashed so hard it shut off your entire computer. I've had that happen a couple times on my old PC. It was bizarre, but it's run smooth since afterwards. Okay. Just a little bit of a light hazing, you know. Welcome to Wuwo, motherfucker. Biggest problem with optimizing is that there needs to be tight communication between designers, animators, and programmers. Yeah, something that apparently Chinese dev teams don't really have. At least that's what it seems. Because I've heard about other gacha content creators. Some of them have bitched before about how like when they were trying to work out like sponsorship deals, like they've had issues with, like, for example, MiHoYo and their sponsor teams, or like their content creator teams, not doing a great job of giving them proper communication. Like maybe they'll reach out to their contacts at like MiHoYo or something, right? Who deal with like giving content creators sponsors, and they'll ask them, hey, do you have a sponsorship opportunity for us? And they'll be like, oh no, we don't have any for you at this time. But then like if you're somebody who has, like, say, if you're part of like a talent agency, like, I don't know, like Mythic or something, right? Maybe sometimes Mythic or whoever your talent agency is will come to you and be like, hey, we got a like, for example, a Star Rail sponsorship for you, that we got through our end. And you're gonna be like, what? But my contact said they didn't have anything. So like, if that's any indication, then like, yeah, people don't fucking talk with each other for the most a lot of the time in like Chinese development studios or whatever. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually, which is unfortunate. Hey Hector Mercury, welcome back. How's it going? If you don't like Wuo's version of Sea of Flames, I don't know where that came from. Never said I didn't like it. There are no characters with tights or shorts where you can look at their ass while running around. It seems like the character designs in this game are a lot more conservative than are very conservative. Almost a little bit more than Genshin, because at least in Genshin there are some asset characters that you can look at their asses at while you're just running around. But yeah, you don't have any character, like, you don't have a Shenhe in this game yet. Maybe Yinlin will come when she shows up. She'll change that, but we still have like 2 more weeks to go. So. We're getting a second selector. When? Oh, that includes the one we already got like a couple days ago. Like 2 days ago, I think. The first one I'm referring to is the one that you get at like, what, Union level 45 or some shit? Like technically I think you can get like up to 4. like 4 or 5-star characters that you want, because like you have that initial discounted beginner banner, right? Actually, no, that one's completely random. You can't choose who you want from there. But after you're done with the first 5 multis on the discounted banner, you can then choose like, oh, I want to go for this perma character now, this time. And then as soon as you roll that shit like at least 8 times or whatever, then yeah, you'll get whoever you want from off the selector banner. Then you have the Union level 45 thingy. It's only a weapon selector. Oh, disappointing. But yeah, at least it's something. So no, maybe there's only one 5-star selector. My bad. I was under the impression that we got 2. So I guess nah, that's not the case. I guess technically there's still like 2. Yeah, you can still choose who you want to get from the the beginner banner that you can select who you want to get, but still gotta do 8 multis on that. That was a chixia experience. I explained this a little bit. I explained this in more detail earlier, but I'll try to give you the summary of it. I really like chixia, or just gunslingers in general, because in this game, I don't understand the parry mechanic very well. Like, I try to parry, and sometimes I'll get it, but most times I don't. I just end up getting smacked in the face. So that doesn't feel good. Not to mention, you oftentimes fight a lot of enemies at once in this game. And since they all attack, sometimes they can all attack you at once, which means that you have to dodge like multiple attacks at the same time, or multiple attacks in like very quick succession, which drains a lot of stamina off you, because you're dodging, right? That takes stamina. So I found that melee characters, when I play melee characters, I spam dodges a lot because I still don't know a lot of enemies' attack patterns, or like how their attacks work. So like I don't know the timing for their dodges and whatnot. So I have a bad habit of preemptively spamming dodges because I don't know when they're gonna hit, right? And so I end up burning a lot of stamina that I shouldn't be in order to try to dodge an incoming attack. And so yeah, and when you burn yourself out on stamina, obviously you can't dodge anymore. So yeah, you're open to attack. You just get smacked in the face even more. With chixia, who's a gunslinger, or just gunslingers in general, I guess, you can attack at range, because compared to Genshin, where ranged characters are basically glorified melee characters for the most part, gunslingers in this game, because they use guns and bullets travel pretty fast, you can legitimately fight enemies at long range if you want to. If you don't want to deal with them at melee range, which means 2 things. One, you don't have to dodge as much because you're fighting enemies at range, and a lot of enemies are not ranged enemies themselves, so they have to come up to you to attack you, right? So you have time to shoot them, attack them, do a lot of damage to them before they even reach you, which means obviously you don't have to dodge as much. Second of all, against other ranged enemies, right, who can attack you from afar themselves, it's a lot easier seeing their attacks come at you from long range, because if you're closer to them, their shots are pretty fast, so you don't get a lot of time to react to their attacks and dodge. Whereas if you fight them at long range, then their attacks, even though they're pretty fast, you can react to them, right? There's more there's more distance between you and them, so their shots take more time to hit you or to reach you, so it becomes a lot easier to dodge them in the first place. So I've found myself naturally gravitating towards ranged characters like chixia, and so far Chixia's my only gunslinger, so I'm using her for the time being. That, and she's a redhead, and I like my redheads. Wish they made the guns parry. From what I've found, from what I'm seeing from what my Twitch chat said, I think apparently ranged characters can parry, but like you have to be very close to them. Like you have to be like point blank range in order to parry them with gun users, with gunslingers. I also think that it also has to do with whether or not the game recognizes your character is like locked onto an enemy who's doing an attack that you can parry. That also might be the case too. Like if your character's like locked into another enemy, obviously you can't parry an incoming attack from like another enemy. But yeah, it's very finicky from what I've been told. Like, it's not just a skill issue. Like, it's legit kind of hard to like get consistent parries down apparently. So yeah, I just kind of dodge everything for the most part. Is Jinshin C1 good? I don't know actually. I think casting intro skill, she gains 100% extra chi from basic attacks. I'm assuming that's her energy system. For 10 seconds. I guess it is. I guess it's not bad. To me, it's it might be good for early game. It's like an early game buff, but like once you get into mid game, I don't know how good it's going to like really be. To be honest. Because when you get full charge on Jinshin, you start holding attacking like that, but assuming she has full energy. And when she starts doing that, or when she starts hold attacking or heavy attacking, she starts doing this whole like chi charge thing where she gives herself like shields or whatever. And the longer you hold it, the more shield you get, or the stronger her shield gets. The issue is that her heavy attack, when you full charge it and you hold it down for the entire time, it takes a long time. So for like overworld stuff, that doesn't matter obviously. But for like the Abyss Tower thing, or whatever this game's equivalent of Spiral Abysses, I don't know if you want to spend that much time just sitting there fucking holding heavy attack. So honestly, I don't know. Probably good for early game, probably falls off later. She charges a lot of energy with her C1. Okay. But yeah, that does mean that you're gonna be sitting there holding heavy attack for a lot longer too, overall. Leveling grinds down a lot once you hit 30. Yeah, I've noticed that most streamers who've been grinding this game since day one, they've started slowing down significantly at like 32, 33. Because I think Sweetly, Fobmaster, Rexland, they've all been stuck at like 32, 33, 34 for like the past couple of days. Like I'm pretty sure they all like hit like fucking, like I don't know, 25, 30 within like 2 days, but then yeah, afterwards they've all been slowing down. But yeah, that kind of makes sense. They've been consuming all the content, or they've been doing all the content. So. Are there requirements to the free 5-star? What, the selector banner? No, you just get it. You feel like all the C1s for standard 5-stars aren't that good on purpose? I mean, to be fair, Genshin's you can accuse Genshin of doing the same thing. For some of them anyway. But yeah, maybe not too surprising in hindsight. Rexland is playing Wuwa. Is he taking it seriously, or is he just goofing around? Camu, Rexland literally quit his job in order to become a full-time content creator, and he synchronized it. He synced it with when Wuwa came out. So, yeah, that should give you an idea of how seriously he's taking it. Rexland never takes anything serious? I don't know. When was the last time you watched Rex? Because I don't know if you know. You probably don't, assuming that you're just passing off Rex here as like a casual? I don't know where you're trying to get at with this. But like Rexland knows Kuro Games developers personally. They've invited him out to China to record some of their developer interviews multiple times. So I don't know where you're getting that from. Yeah, like he's most famous these days, or at least before Wu came out, and after he left FGO, he became most famous for his no hit runs, no hit videos on for like PGR and stuff. So yeah, no, he's taking this game very seriously. Yeah, he was also a PGR beta tester as well. Yada yada yada. Didn't mean to offend. Okay, so you just genuinely didn't know. Gotcha. But yeah, no, he's taking this game very seriously. Yeah, he's our resident Kuro game. How do I say this without insulting him? He's our resident Kuro game shill, pretty much. I mean, hey, I would be if the devs or any gacha game treated me like that too. To be fair, God knows Law Zangle would never treat any of their content creators that nicely, unless your name is Pecora.
残像探査機壊れてるのか。これだけいるのに全く反応しない。
Oh, is one of them immune? Okay.
おかしいな。まあ、とりあえず倒しますか。
Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going, buddy? Can I scale up this? Feels like it's kind of difficult to do that though, because I do want that Oculus Cube thing above, up there, but. Rex is very much the Kuro guy now, yeah, and I'm happy for him, man. Leaving FGO is definitely the right choice for him. It's good if you're using her with Mortefi because it makes Mortefi's ult attack fast. Genshin's heavy attack gives you a rate of fire, or like an attack speed increase. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever noticed that with anybody else. Maybe it's like a Mortefi specific buff or something. Not that it matters because I don't even have Mortefi myself right now. So you got Genshin after you charted selected for Kalkara on standard, so you're guaranteed, right? Assuming that this assuming that the beginner banner works just like a regular Genshin gacha, then yeah, I think you should be. Unless this beginner's choice convene banner works a little differently. Mortefi's outro buffs heavy attacks. Oh, okay. But does it help Genshin do her heavy attack faster though? Is what I want to know. Oh, this is that one fucking thing from Star Rail. Well, what best gacha? Like overall best gacha game? No. It's good, but it's not the best. It can't be with especially considering all its fucking bugs and optimization issues. Oh, and Genshin Impact exists, so you know there's that. Give it time before choosing. Yeah. Ideally, you don't want to use your selector just yet. Ideally, if you have the patience for it, you want to wait until you're done. You're at least done with your beginning convene roles, because yeah, you might end up getting spooked by somebody you might have picked already, or you might have picked with your 5-star selector. Yeah. Ideally, you use up all your beginner convene or your beginner gacha banner rolls, and then you pick who you don't have after. But you know. Are people still salty about the Pekora incident? What Pekora incident? Well, just her playing FGO? I mean, speaking for myself here, I don't mind that Pekora picked up FGO and streamed it for a couple of streams last year. Like, I think that's good. It's still good overall. But like, Lazengo doesn't really sponsor people for the most part. They only make exceptions for like huge VTubers like, you know, Pekora, for instance, or you know, Ina from Hollow EN. But if you're not like on that level of popularity, then no, you can go fuck yourself. Hey Derpin, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Oh. Ah. Oh, this one's on. Okay. Is there a healer class, or just based on hero? It seems to be based on character. I think there's nothing at least from what I've seen, there doesn't seem to be anything like a there doesn't seem to be anything like, you know, the path system in Star Rail, where, oh, if you are an abundance character, that means you're automatically you're a healer, you're a de facto healer, and you heal people in some way. There doesn't seem to be anything like that. I think it's more of a Genshin incident, which makes sense because it's a Genshin clone, where it just boils down to the character. You still play Blue Archive, right? Yep. Even put up a I put up my HOD raid video in a video earlier today. Any future banner you're interested in? I will be rolling on the Kukyo, that's how I say your name, banner, I think later, either tonight or tomorrow. She's a good what is it? Sonic buffer. So I'll be rolling her for sure. For meta purposes. Afterwards, pretty sure there was a recent banner that I want to roll on for Coomer purposes. I forget which one it was though, but it's pretty soon after Kukyo's banner. Chixia mains, yeah. What? That doesn't work? Oh, now it does. The fuck? For some reason, this is getting rejected? Yeah. What's going on with that? I guess you're not supposed to put it in there. I just realized there's not one in there yet. Still not opening. I think I've already been in that room. Yeah, it's just getting rejected even with a different one. Some people in the FGO community were getting salty because Pekora was given a lot of attention. Yeah, and in that case, I'm not surprised. I'm sympathetic because yeah, Lazingo does not give anybody sponsors. It's very rare for them to like directly sponsor anybody. So yeah. I get why some people got pissed off about that. Truth be told, if I cared more about FGO, I would be too. But you know, it's Los Angeles, so they can go fuck themselves. Different types of gacha games, yeah, of course. Put in the next room to make it red. Oh, you mean that thing? No wonder. I was wondering what that thing was for. Kind of looks like you can put one of these batteries in there too. Let me see if I can grab another battery. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, buddy. But is that enough? Because this is still red. I'm assuming I have to gain access into here somehow. This is still red, so I won't take a battery. Is there a way for me to... is there a way for us to change that to green so it can take a battery? Maybe there's another thing that I have to do here still? No. Actually, what does this even do? Like, what happens if I... what even happens if I put that shit in? Nothing really happens. Gameplay is good, story non-existent, everything else is more or less a Genshin ripoff. Yeah, that's what it feels like at the moment. We have a year to redeem. Yeah, exactly. So it's best to... ideally, you want to just wait until you finish your beginner banner, and then you pick whoever you don't have. Honestly, I don't know if, like... going for a lot of characters is going to be that important. Actually, no, it still is. Nah, it still is. Because I'm assuming that the endgame spiral abyss thing... What's it called in this game again? We're at the very southern tip of the map, so I'm going to go up. The Tower of Adversity. I'm assuming for a Tower of Adversity stuff, Oh, you still gotta bring 2 teams anyway, so. Actually, maybe it is. Maybe it would be a good idea to try to get as many characters as possible still. Now that I think about it. What's your take on all the hate that this game has gotten so far? I feel like it's a lot of it is blown out of proportion. Well, yeah, duh, it's Twitter. It's social media. Anything that social media gets their hands on, it will automatically get blown out of proportion. What did we all fucking expect? It's the internet. So of course you're gonna get a million fucking shit takes about something that most people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So yeah, of course the hate for this game is overblown, but so then again, so is everything else. So it's like, yeah, of course. Let's see. Let's take this one. Let's put this one into here. Maybe if we put this one here, the door will unlock. Nope. Not yet. Maybe we take this one, put it over here, maybe. I mean, I'll unlock that door, but. Probably still something I gotta do with the control panel over here, so let's unlock this door again. Lasagna is a great dev. Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Whee! Ooh, crashed so hard it almost took your entire system with it. Yeah, somebody else in Twitch chat was saying that the first and only crash that they had for this game crashed their entire PC at like the very beginning. But ever since it hasn't done that again, so hopefully they only need to go through that once. Guess that question a little too obvious? Yeah. If it's anything that has anything to do with social media, then yeah, the answer is pretty obvious. And the answer is usually social media is fucking retarded. Or at least the people who engage in it are fucking retarded. Did you know your Star Rail dailies? I did my dailies. I'm saving Pure Fiction for later this week when Boot Hill drops, so I can do it after I'm done rolling for Boot Hill. Put a battery in that machine. It'll turn red. And this one? Which machine are we talking about? Like one of these things? Oh, I see. The battery itself changes color. Gotcha. Yeah, so now it gets accepted and it doesn't get rejected. I see. I haven't seen that battery mechanic before yet. Ooh, I see. Ow, ow. Oh, I see. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what to look for. I thought it was like some sort of external mechanism that I had to deal with. Or maybe even the red battery port turned to green, but feels like all this hate is just stupid people. I would imagine most of the hate is coming from Genshin players who are coming into this with the the usual Genshin bias in mind, and they're just nitpicking about all the things that Wuwa is doing bad, or like what Genshin does better than Wuwa, and they're just overly focused on that. And obviously, it's common knowledge that most people who play Genshin have no idea how gacha games work. So yes, disregard their shitty opinion immediately. You're encouraged to play a lot of characters because there are some game modes where you can only finish with certain teams. I'm used to that because yeah, that's the same way in Ether Gazer as well. There are some event game modes where you can only bring certain characters of like a certain faction or whatever. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a case for this game too. Considering this game is a lot more casual, I don't think there will be, or it's intended to be a lot more casual because it's a Genshin clone. Now, of course, it has to be. I think for now there shouldn't be as much of an emphasis on building multiple teams for now. But maybe later down the line, later down the line, things may change. Oh, isn't that the goddess girl we saw at the very beginning of the game? She's kind of cute. VTuber avatar debut when? I think I've already answered that. I have my personal reasons why I don't want to become a VTuber. Wuwa still runs better than GFL. I mean, to be fair, a PC client, even if it's like relatively unoptimized like Wuwa, is still always going to be better than a fucking emulator. Like PC clients, unless you just absolutely fucking screw up doing a PC client, PC clients will always be better than emulators, or at least they'll run better for the most part. Like, even if they're somewhat unoptimized. Like, I think for an emulator to be legitimately better than a PC port, like your PC port has to like be absolutely fucked up, and like just run like absolute fucking garbage. Which I think it has happened before. There have been some PC ports for like gacha games before that just have like just shit the bed completely, but usually that's not the case. If you have a fucking competent team, maybe, but take the elevator down to the basement. Where the fuck is the elevator then? Oh, this. Okay. Why do you think these fans of Genshin are so against other games in the market? Because they've invested so much time and money in Genshin, they don't want it to be diminished? No, it's tribalism. Simple as that. It's tribalism. People see sunk cost fallacy. No, sorry, it's not that complicated. It's not as complicated as, say, sunk cost fallacy. It's even simpler than that. It's just straight up tribalism. If you don't know what the word tribalism means, it's basically just, it's when people start hating on other things, or they start becoming aggressive or confrontational towards other things just because they view those other things as like not belonging as part of their group or whatever. You know, like as in like tribes, hence tribalism. No, it's just a simple matter of, oh, you're not Genshin, so we hate you. There's no real deeper meaning than that, for the most part. Like, because remember, again, most Genshin players are fucking retarded. At least when it comes to, like, talking about gacha games in general as a genre. So, in other words, that means that for the most part, most people who play Genshin and are now starting to play WoWa and are hating WoWa, most of the time they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So if you have no idea what you're talking about, you can't have a deeper reason or like a more you can't elaborate on why you fucking hate it other than it's not Genshin. Like, in order to have like a sunk cost fallacy thing, like you kind of need to have like a deeper understanding of what you want out of these games. But most people who play Genshin can't do that. Whether it be because of their lack of intellectual honesty or just a matter of like a lack of perspective because they don't really play any other gacha game other than Genshin. Did I do the gacha in this game yet? A little bit. I think I dropped like $100 pack for GN and his weapon. Crazy part is though I haven't even touched GN and his weapon yet, so I just have them for the sake of having them. It's a crazy way of thinking. You clearly spent a lot of time in Genshin, but can't enjoy other titles. I mean, unfortunately, that's just kind of a very human thing to do. Like, I know a lot of us here don't really pay attention to, like, you know, sports, but like, you know, is that not exactly what, like, for example, football fans do in Europe or some shit, or in places where soccer or football is very popular? Isn't it a very common joke that, you know, for example, in Great Britain, you know, you have two fans from opposing teams, right, who back different teams, walk into a bar, and all of a sudden you have a fucking fist fight or a beer bottle fight in there at like 10 minutes in. But no, it's just straightforward tribalism. It's not that deep. Genshin and WoWa stands act like they own company stocks. Yeah, that's what the internet does. That's what the internet does, man. Imagine shilling for a company when they're not even paying you. Like, I understand content creators shilling for, like, say, MiHoYo or Kuro Game because they're sponsored to play. That's a different story because you're getting paid. So, you know, you have an excuse. But for just any regular-ass player who just plays the game for free, and they're standing the fucking game, or even worse, the company, like, oh boy, imagine being that retarded. The Abyss equivalent of the WoW needs 3 teams out of 2. Wow, that's even worse. Holy fucking shit. If that's true. I'm taking your word for it. And part of it was how hyped up WoW was with the ENCC community. Yeah, that's true. That did lead to, that's understandable, because if you're hyping up a game a hell of a lot and then people get into it and they're like, this isn't exactly like as good as people said it was. Yeah, then yeah, that's kind of a natural reaction that you can get. So yeah, good point there. I think it would have happened anyways, even if WoW wasn't as hyped up as as it was. But yeah, that certainly contributed to it. Now that you mention it, does WoW have anything like Genshin or Staria where resource usage goes down, like a world map or like a backpack? I don't know, actually. Part of it is due to me not understanding your question entirely. Like, resource usage goes down like a world map or backpack? I mean, if this helps, we do have a backpack function over here. But for some reason, I get the feeling that that's not exactly what you're talking about. Consume 180 stamina. Okay. Not just tribalism, it's Western tribalism too. I mean, tribalism is tribalism. Not sure if there's any difference between like Eastern tribalism and Western tribalism. Yeah, if you're who is it? Cottony Cloud. If you're talking about like a stamina system, like this, yes, Wuwa absolutely has one. You can't be a Genshin clone without this. Yes, if that's what you're talking about, like a stamina system, where it's like an auto-regenerating resource that you have to spend every now and then, to avoid getting capped out on it, and you have to use it to exchange for like level up resources. Then yes, absolutely. It's called wave plates in this game. Kind of strange name, but. Then again, resin is kind of weird too, but yeah, you're talking about GPU yeah, like actual like PC parts, right? Yeah, that's what I figured you were talking about in the beginning. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how to answer that question because I'm not very good with PC parts or like like how software interacts with your PCs or whatever. So unfortunately, I can't really help you there. Maybe somebody else in chat can answer you better with that one. Chixia mains unite. Hey, fellow gunslinger man. Well, it feels like Pokemon. Yeah, actually, honestly, kind of is. Yeah, with how the echoes are designed in this game, you run around, collect them. Stamina system and guarantee in gacha in general, not just Genshin. Nah, not really. Not all gacha games have a stamina system. Some stamina systems are better than others too. I'm surprised I dodged as many attacks as I did there, considering I've never seen that boss before. Stamina may not be a priority in this game, but it will be later. Well, yeah, Bubblegum. Stamina just becomes way more important the more you play. Early game is not that important because you typically don't need to exchange your stamina for like whatever your gear system is, which is where you'll usually towards like mid game and end game or late game, you'll be dumping most of your stamina into like echoes to try to min-max whatever your gear system is. But early game, yeah, stamina is not that important because typically the game gives you enough resources to start out with to like level up your characters to like a playable level. So yeah, of course they're not important now, but they will be later. That's how Genshin was, that's how Star Rail was, that's how it'll be in this game too. Where am I supposed to go? Are we supposed to like climb up that shit? Or are we just supposed to go back up? I guess we're just supposed to go back up. I'm assuming there's nothing down here, like any chests or whatever. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. Goodbye. Have you bought have you used like paid currency into rolls? No, I have not done that. I would love to do that, but no, I haven't done that. Mainly because I don't think I'll have the money to do that right now. Like last year for Star Rail, I still had savings to afford like going hard on like what's coming to. Huh? What the fuck is this? Why am I getting this warning? Okay, whatever. I don't know what the fuck that was. But yeah, last year I was able to do that for Star Rail, where I was basically fucking max refreshing Trailblaze power for Star Rail, but I can't do that at the moment for Wuwa. Not only do I have a lot of other gacha games to worry about spending on, but yeah, I have other IRL expenses to worry about too, so can't do that for now. Maybe later, but not now. You don't know how to exchange your 300 Luminite or whatever it's called? I don't even know anything about that either. Oh, is Luminite just a name for like your premium currency? Then yeah, it's just you don't have to exchange it. You just have it. Yeah, you just have it, and then when you want to roll gacha, it'll automatically convert for you on the gacha screen, or you can pre-exchange it, so that your rolling is a little bit smoother. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. It's our boy Gian again. Our boy Ku. The one time you found a gacha that didn't have a stamina system, the grind was miserable. Yeah, unfortunately, there's usually like some sort of trade-off for a game not having a gacha, not having a stamina system, which is fucking stupid. But you know, that's how this market works apparently. Nikkei has no stamina system, but there are some big walls. Yeah, it's progress gated. Yeah. It's usually progress gated in Nikkei at least. But at least in Nikkei, the grind in that, or again, it doesn't have a grind per se, but I feel like the progress gate in that game is not that bad. Because like I've been on basically free to play progress for most of the past year, so to me it doesn't really feel that bad. Maybe if you start Nikkei now, it might feel really rough, but honestly, it's not that bad. Nikkei is a chill game for the most part, at least in my opinion. Hey Rexiev, how's it going, man? How's the day job? It's been so long. Bro, it's fucking miserable, man. I fucking hate it. Like, at first, the work, starting out for, like, the first, I want to say, 3 weeks to a month, the work itself wasn't bad. But as now that I'm like getting more acclimated to the work and they're expecting more and more out of me, it's fucking rough, man. It's getting worse and worse. Not to mention the commute is still as shitty as ever, where I have to spend basically an hour driving to and back. So that's no fucking fun. It never has been. I'm going to fucking hate it every minute of the way. Lost Belt 3 stream playing with subtitles? What do you mean? What do you mean, Akara? Are they doing like a Chaldea radio broadcast thing? I'm not gonna watch it, but it's a ghost. Oh, it's Lost Spot 3 Spotlight premiere? Okay, cool. He does look like Lancer Ku? Yeah. Quite the resemblance there. Basically just Chinese Ku. I wonder if that's the dude who was like that we saw in the cutscene like an hour ago, where he has like what, fucking black flames or whatever. Looks like him. Is commute like that because of distance or similar to LA City traffic? Both. It's both distance and traffic. It's fucking shitty. If there were no traffic, the commute actually wouldn't be too bad. If I can go like fucking 70 miles an hour or whatever the kilometers an hour equivalent that is. If I can go like 70 or 80, if I can like maintain 70 or 80 as soon as I hit the freeway, then I can get there in like half an hour, which is actually not bad. But, you know, traffic. Don't play Nikke, but basically it's like an idle. Yeah, it's essentially an idle game. Yeah. There's no grinding in Nikke. You just wait for a little bit, and the game just automatically generates resources for you, and all you need to do is just collect them by clicking the collect button on the bottom left. However, there are like a good number of dailies that you gotta do, and depending on whether or not there's like an event going on, like a major event where it's got like its own like whole ass like mini game that you need to do every day. Depending on the mini game, it can, like, for example, our last major event, which is our 1.5 anniversary. They made like this whole like the fun little like tower defense mini game thing, but when you've finished all the regular missions, you gain access to like the ranking map, I guess, like an infinite map, and depending on how long you take on that, it can take anywhere from like 15 to 30 minutes. Maybe not 30 minutes long. Maybe that's a little bit too long. But like at least 15 minutes, I want to say. And if you go through your Nikke dailies as quickly as you can get them done in about 15 minutes as well, I think. That's how long it usually takes me to go through my dailies. So yeah, no grind, but you do have to do daily grind, if that makes any sense. This is the best act. Like a balloons minigame? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just your a typical like tower defense game, just with the Nikke characters. Oh, are we fighting? What's up, buddy? Oh, didn't dodge in time. Ooh, his plunge deck seems to track. That's very nice. When's your birthday, Tuhu? I don't want to answer that. We need a 5-hour video guide for Nikkei. Maybe one day I'll go back to, maybe I'll go back and make like a revised, like how to start Nikkei or whatever. That assumes I have time to make a standalone video, though. How do you like the game so far? I like it better the more I play it. Mainly because I'm getting more and more used to the combat and figuring out how it works. And figuring out how I like to play it. So, it's good enough where I will continue to stick with the game. But I'm mainly playing this game for the gameplay. I don't really care about anything. Mainly for the gameplay, yeah. And a little bit for the exploration, I guess. But like other things like story or whatever, I don't really care much for. Hope it works out for you in the end. Yeah, I have some longer term plans laid out in my mind. But it's gonna take some time and definitely money for sure. For example, one of my longer term plans is to, because I'm a homeowner, I own the place I'm currently living in, and because my workplace right now is so far away, or I just don't like the commute, one of my long-term plans right now anyway, is to try to look for an apartment or something, like a condo or apartment closer to my workplace, and move there. And then after I'm able to like find a tenant to come and move into my current place, so that way I can charge, you know, rent money off them and make a little bit of money off that. But mainly for me, it'll be so that I don't have to deal with the fucking freeway traffic every day like I am now. It's the factidious girl or whatever. Actually, no, I think this is gonna be a different girl now. Yeah, she's a different girl, I think. This is the first time we're seeing her in game, or have we already seen her before? The Scotty Alter girl? Yeah, she really does look like Scotty Alter. She was okay, gotcha. Because yeah, at first I thought it was the girl that Rover encountered on like the top of the mountaintop like an hour ago in the story. I thought she was with the Scar, but I guess not, huh? Because yeah, she was the girl who, when we first entered the city, she was like stalking us. She was like stalking our ass or something. Like she was sitting on that tree branch or whatever, being like, "Ah, you're so interesting," yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Crazy Girl's working with Alto. Alto, the dude that we're with, or the dude that we were working with? Okay. I wonder why. Flower Girl is with the secret society that stalks you to save the world. What a crazy way to put that. We are stalking you in order to save the world. If only I can save the world, oh boy, we're screwed. If you're talking about me, then, yeah, sure, fuck you all. Hey, look, here's a Yuanwu.
状況報告は以上です。
分かった。俺の茶屋と道場を開放しよう。負傷者の移送が間に合わないようだったらそこを使ってくれ。
演武さん、ご協力ありがとうございます。
何、やるべきことをしたまでだ。他にも困っていることがあれば何でも言ってくれ。この演武全力を尽くそう。漂白者か。
Scar's secret society is trying to destroy the world, and they're stalking you for that. Wow, we're very popular. You pulling for Green Coup or staying for Adult Noel? Adult No. Oh, Noel from who is it? Oh, cool. You an old man Yen will actually gives us some stuff. Thanks, old man. You're talking about Noel from Type Lumina, right? Yeah, she kind of does. Now that you pointed out, I can kind of see the similarity. Is Mr. Yan? I wonder if they're gonna make Yan a playable character, because I think I get the it looks like he has his own unique character model. No. High sprited. They kind of need to I've seen a couple of typos so far in this game already, so might want to have some QA for that too. But if you're talking about Jian, I already have him, and I have his weapon. However, I am not even using him because I already have a different team. Matter of fact, I do plan on replacing my Genshin with Verena later. Not now, though. But I think when it becomes time for me to start a second team, I think I will work on Jian. And then start using him later. Like, once I get to a part of the tower where what is it? I need to have two teams. Because I'm assuming that point in time will come. Oh, can't go past there. I like the map boundary effect. It's very cool. All red and blue and shit. Okay, well, we meet Tao Chi here. I assume that's Tao Chi for the first time. Yeah. Holy shit, her tits are huge. Alright, chat, we found our big titty, pink haired anime waifu of the game. I'm in there. I'm fucking in there. No, Black Clover, Noah? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen Black Clover, so. Story is basically a wushu webcomic. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. She's a tank, so thus she needs the power. Saving the name for later. Taochi will be on raid up apparently with the Yinlin in 2 weeks. So hopefully you get a copy of her during then. I'm certainly hoping I get a copy of her later too. Gotta go to your day job. Alright, cheers, Rexia. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit, man. And yeah, good to have you stop by. And good luck at your own day job. The way to resolve all battles is big knockers. Either big knockers or a huge cake. Even better if you have both.
戦争を象徴する名式とセットの土地。
Taochi is fat. I mean, she has fat titties, but I'm not sure if she's fat herself. She's more thick. At least her titties are thick. I hear that her ass is kind of flat though. Or apparently, according to chat, her she doesn't have much cake. So she's kind of top heavy.
今週が抱え込んできた最大の問
Who
題
knows? Maybe Yinlin will have the cake that we're looking for.
とびっきり危険なね。バリアはその対策としてレイン様の指示で作られたの。疎開雨が生成した幽霊はある時点の行動を機械的に繰り返すことしかできない。それに現実に干渉する力も持っていない。本来ならばね。でも名式の力によって疎開雨がもたらす影
Cake
響は
buns.
より大きくなった。疎開雨が生み出した幽霊は現実の人々に対しても攻撃できるようになってしまったの。あの日起きたのは予期軍と北楽野原の残像、それと疎開雨が生み出した残像と兵士たちによる四つどもえの大混戦。特に疎開雨によって生み出された者たちは周囲への攻撃を無差別的に繰り返し行った。そんな混戦の中、無残に死んでいった兵士がたくさんいる。
Even the enemies are all built like Greek gods.
話もまた無情の雨に記されてしまった。今でも北楽野原には煉獄と化したあの日の兵士たちの悲鳴がこだましているのよ。
人類は名式の力によって強化された疎開雨を湾島の戦いで初めて観測した。だからあの将軍が送ってくれた映像、あれは本当に有益な資料なんだ。おかげで各国の疎開雨バリアの開発が大幅に加速した。ブラックショアのメンバーは名式、月相、疎開雨、この3社は連動すると推測している。正解だけどまだこれは推測に過ぎない。いかんせんデータサンプルが足りないからね。今分かってるのは名式の復活と深く関わってるってことだけ。まあ疎開雨の法則について調べなきゃならないことがまだまだあるってわけだ。
月相が満ちたのはほんの一瞬だけのことだった。本当にブラックショアの推測が正しいのであれば。
Is game audio lower than usual? Actually, I think you're right. Yeah, I think I have my current audio set at I think 70 when it's usually at like 90 or 100. So, I can bump the game audio up. Yeah, it's a little bit low on my end too. So yeah, as well. Holy fucking shit! Taochi's tits are huge. Do you see that fucking cleavage? God damn. Does any other waifu in the game have cleavage that fucking huge? Maybe Yinlin might when she comes out, but holy fuck. They fucked the music in-game. Yeah, Board Sebastian, I noticed. Sometimes the in-game soundtrack doesn't play properly in certain parts of the map. Yeah, jeez, you fucking see that shit? Holy fuck. My job here is done, but you didn't do anything. And her idol is her stretching. Nice. Dude, that dude has such a good view. Come on, we're not talking about Blue Archive right now. Shut the fuck up. Oh, cutscene. People like you are the reason why VTubers have a rule in their streams about not talking about any other game other than the one that they're playing. Cool scene there. That was nice. Hey, even Yumu was here. This is actually pretty cool. You have multiple characters all fighting on field with each other. Genshin could never. Genshin could never. Keck W. Whoa, did a character actually use their ult? I guess that makes sense because you can use characters can use their ults in or support characters can use their ults in like the simulated universe game mode, the roguelike game mode. So that makes sense. But still, that was pretty cool. They use their ults on their own. Okay, we good? You know, the action hero portion of the story. Hey man, if it involves me fighting shit and killing stuff, then sure, I'm all for it. You notice the moving of the mountain shadow as the sun moves is like the ticking of a clock. Oh, and this game, yeah. I mean, I would expect so. Genshin does that too, I'm pretty sure. Ow, fuck. Hey, ladies and sheriff, you're looking at Nikkei News. You will roll. You cannot resist. Pull his finger. What's the total length of gacha pro tag titles? Well, you mean like as in like Master from FGO, Commander from GFL, Azure Lane, and what other game did they call you Commander in? Nikkei, right? Like, do you mean like those kinds of titles? Or what are you talking about? And whoa, you are Pokemon trainer, yes, to an extent. But so far it would be Master, Commander, Doctor, Sensei, Traveler, Admin from Ether Gazer, Trailblazer, I forget what they call you in Snowbreak. I think they also call you admin in Snowbreak as well. I'm pretty sure anyway. Kind of surprised that there are two different games now that call you admin or administrator. But I think Snowbreak calls you your title in Snowbreak is officially admin or administrator. And then finally Rover. So I don't know how many titles that is now, but it's probably at least like 7 or 8. Administrator with Enfield. Honestly, I'll just combine Enfield's title with the usual admin because obviously that's what they were going for. They were just being cute with calling you like administrator or whatever, but it's basically admin. Oh, they call you adjutant in a Snowbreak? Then yeah, then add that one then too. Damn, you see that fucking thigh squish on Tauchi as well? Of course, they will release a Bunny Girl event right before summer. Yep, they want your fucking money. It's quite the resume. Yep. Also, I just realized, but I just realized this. But imagine how godlike Tauchi's cleavage would be if she wasn't wearing that fucking undershirt underneath. Imagine the fucking cleavage. That one dead? Okay. Imagine Bunny Girl Tauchi, yeah. Just wait for the skins or the mods. Yeah, mods will fix it. Damn, with how tall Jian is, he's got a perfect view right down there. Yeah, imagine if Tauchi didn't have this shirt part there. Holy fuck. New patch for Snowbreak looks fun. Yeah, we should be getting it, I think, tomorrow or so. Snowbreak stream tomorrow will be cool, or at least a little bit. We'll see if I'm gonna mute to stream. I know I'll be streaming Star Rail. Actually, Star Rail's banner changes tonight, right? Or tomorrow, I guess. So technically, I would have to stream Star Rail tomorrow. But I haven't really ever streamed Snowbreak as a standalone game before. Maybe one day I will, but we'll see if I'm feeling it or not. Hey King Panini, welcome to the stream, man.
船の鱗だと。
面識の復活がもたらした影響は計り知れませんね。さらに極楽の原に近い場所ほどその影響が大きくなっているようです。
This game looks sick. Yeah, the combat in this game is pretty fun.
それに流れ息からも恐怖と血の気配を感じます。どうやら石崩れの高地で激しい戦いが起きたようですね。この先が田沖事務長がおっしゃっていた無音区になります。そこを抜ければ飛燕将軍のいる駐屯地です。皆さん無事だといいのですが。
Oh boy, forced walking, my favorite.
あれは
Oh, it's no longer forced.
兵士で疎開雨から生まれた幽霊が高密度の反響エナジーを帯びています。おそらくそれが残像を引き寄せる餌となったのでしょう。未だ疎開雨の勢いは衰えないまま、流れ息にも激しい乱れが生じています。急ぎましょう。小石風よ起これ。やっせーはっやっはっ。あの兵士たちもまた残像が。行くよ。一気に行くよ。
You like this personally more than Honkai or Genshin? Probably more than Star Rail, if I'm be honest. Simply because Star Rail's gameplay is quite simple. I still enjoy it, but I think I do like Wuwa's gameplay better than Star Rail at least. Do I like this better than Genshin? I would say overall no. I think Genshin is still overall a better game. Simply because Genshin actually looks good, unlike Wuwa. But Wuthering Waves' gameplay is fresh. It's a nice breath of fresh air. That alone may be enough to carry it over the edge. I don't know. I mean, Wuwa hasn't even been out for like a week yet, so it's kind of hard to say right now. I'll only have a solid answer like a month into the game or so, or at least a month into the game. Something like that. Getting to UL30 here is like AR45. Huh. Then getting to UL30 should be pretty easy then. Because getting to AR45 or getting to like TL40 in Star Rail, it took you quite a long time. It took us at least a couple of weeks, I believe. Especially even with us whales fucking like max refreshing every day. It took us several weeks to hit TL40. And like it took us like at least a month or two to hit AR45 in Genshin. So if it's only UL30, you can start farming 5-star echoes. Then that's actually not a long time at all. Cause I mean, considering streamers have already been UL30 for like I don't know a couple days now. How many chlorine copies you planning? Pull just one. Again, I'm broke. C0 R1 or E0 S1 is all that I can afford for the time being in MiHoYo games.
交代はしない。いや、行くぞ。これでどうだ。遅いぞ。景気だ。これで決める。
この身を刃に風よ起これ標的各宇宙の同調行くよこの光で一気に行くよこれも音の力ね
隙あり。これでどうだ。恐れなし。知れ。
成功です
雲仙の鱗とは幾万の兵士たちの残響を飲み込んだ先来から生まれた
Hey, Mr. Trev, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Yeah, we're woo-wooing at the moment. It's a good game. Very good combat. Every playable female character has different physics, depending on how tight their clothing is. The looser the clothing, the more they sway. Yeah, that's the case for Baiji, I believe. For some reason, Baiji's tits, if you look at her constellation page or whatever the constellation page is called in this game. Yeah, when you take a look at her, I think my chat taught me this, but if you look at Baiji in her constellation page, yeah, for some reason her tits never stop shaking. So yeah, that lines up, sort of. Oh, it's not UL30, it's tied to your database being at 15? I guess that makes a little bit more sense. You can, it's still better than you can only see 0. R1 is a distant dream most of the time. Yeah, yeah. How's Wu so far? The overall experience? It's a good game. I enjoy it more. I'm enjoying it more and more that I play. But in the beginning, it was pretty rough. I don't care much for the story. Apparently, it's not very good. People say that it gets better with acts like 5 and 6, but apparently that's only because you actually have combat that can distract you. The rest of the story itself is kind of mid, if not worse. But then again, somebody explained to me that Kuro game usually takes a while to get going with their stories, so we'll give it the benefit of the doubt for so far, or for now anyway. Exploration is a straight upgrade, so that's cool. Need to know if the gacha is more forgiving as far as or need to know if this game is more forgiving as far as gacha goes. It models its gacha after Genshin, of course. Minus all the beginner banners and stuff, minus like the bonuses that they've been giving out recently. The only thing that's a clear upgrade is the weapon banner, where you can no longer get spooked on weapon banner. If you roll on weapon banner, you are guaranteed to get the rate up weapon no matter what. So it's a lot. There's incentive for you to go for character signatures in this game. A lot more safely. So weapon banner in this game is just basically, oh, do you get lucky and you get the 5-star early? That's all you need to worry about. Other than that, even if you don't get lucky, you know, 8 multis minimum, and you'll get it, no matter what. Oh, I should say that I should tell you that the hard pity is technically better because you only need to do 8 multis instead of 9. I actually haven't heard if there's a soft pity for this game because the hard pity in Genshin is 90 rolls or 9 multis, and soft pity starts at 75. But both the character and weapon banners are 8 multis hard pity. And I don't know if there's a soft pity for this game. Yeah, the hard pity is lower. Yeah, I just mentioned that. Think there is at 60. Okay, so assuming that this game does in fact have a soft pity, which it should because this is a Genshin clone, so it better have a soft pity. Assuming that it exists and it's real, then yes, the gacha for this game is a straight upgrade for what it's worth. That being said, each gacha multi still costs the goddamn same as it does in Genshin at 1600 of these things, whatever your gacha currency is. So that part is shitty. If you had the resources, would you invest more into Chlorine? If I had enough resources, I would invest into everybody, Lil War Mule. You should know this. I build every character in Genshin Impact. And I would love to do the same for all games, really. All the Genshin clones. For example, just like in Star Rail, I want to level up everybody in Star Rail. And now that we're playing WUA, or now that WUA's out, and now that I'm actually now that I'm actually enjoying the game, I'm feeling pretty motivated to level up everybody in this game too. So yeah. Wow, you can tether from that far away? Holy fuck. How many games are you playing right now? 11. Technically 11. Practically I only played 10, but you know, only. Another cutscene. That's a big ass echo. Database 15 does require UL30, so it's the same thing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Not having to loot enemy drops or pick it up yourself is nice quality of life. Yeah, it's very nice. Keep in mind the only reason why Kuro game is generous is because they had a terrible launch and the game is still badly optimized. I mean, what I will say about that is that Kuro game didn't need to be generous. They could have chosen not to give us like a free 5-star. Or they could have chosen not to give everybody a free 5-star. Now, of course, that would have consequences, right? But like, they didn't have to give us those kinds of rewards. They could have just given us like something else, maybe. Like for example, oh, here are 3 multis. You know, be happy with that. It's just that Kuro game understands that in order to smooth over their, you know, launch debacles as best they can, they gotta go out of the way to be generous, and so hence the free 5-star. Oh, here's Genshin again. Think the story is okay. Nothing nothing innovative, but they got better with the exposition and delivery. Just wish the English dub was better, but playing in Japanese made you more invested into the story. Okay, so it might actually be decent. The disappointment over in China and needed warranted the free 5-star? Not really. I still stand by my statement that Kuro game didn't need to be this generous. However, given that it's China, yeah, they would have gotten some massive fucking pushback, or they wouldn't have been able to. They wouldn't have been able to do as good like damage control if they didn't do it. Sure, and they would have paid a price. But no, they still didn't need to be that generous. Like, developers don't owe you shit. It's if they feel like they have something to owe back to the players that they are generous. But, you know, they don't have to be. And sure, yeah, they'll lose a lot of players. Especially if the Chinese players get the impression that, oh, Kuro game doesn't really care, so why should I keep playing this game? But you'll still have enough people playing the game, even after a lot of people leave. But clearly, Kuro game cares about trying to retain as many players as they have now, so hence the generosity. They chose to recognize that, yeah, this is kind of a big issue, so let's be generous to them. Let's give them a reason to stick around for a little bit. Revenue is also abysmal so far across all markets. I mean, if they made a better game, then sure, yeah, it wouldn't be that bad, or it wouldn't be as bad. And to be honest with you, them being so generous and giving out like a free 5-star, I'm sure that damaged their what is it? Their profit margins even more. Because like, oh, if the game's giving out all these, if the game's giving out a free 5-star, then that means a lot of people who had potentially been tempted to roll gacha now suddenly they don't need to anymore. That's terrible for profits. Yeah. You see that with them with their managing a PGR, because PGR is apparently a very generous game. So yeah, I can't imagine they make too much money off PGR. What if Wuoboru was a turn-based RPG that takes place in blah 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 Limbus something something Limbus company something something? That might be epic. Are we getting into fanfic territory now, or what? Wait until Electro Girl shows up, then they will make bank. I mean, maybe. But remember that back with Genshin's initial release, Genshin also had a similar banner setup where, oh yeah, their first limited time banner was Venti, who was a guy. But people still fucking massively swiped on Genshin for all the permanent characters. So clearly Genshin did something right that that Kuro game did not. Other than, you know, just being the first one to the party. You actually spend more on PGR because of generosity? I mean, you might, and that's good that you're supporting the game, but a lot of people do not. COVID buff, marketing buff as well. Graphics buff, because Genshin just looks like a better game than Wuthering Waves. Whole lot of reasons.
柔軟さに長けた隊だ。作戦が順調に進めば無双戦士を仕留めるのも突撃小隊の役目となる。漂白者、お前なら俺たちをどう動かす？兵力を集中させることによって敵の防衛線をそして敵の源を封じる。こうでしか敵を根絶やしにすることはできない。もちろんリスクは伴うが、現状では最も適切な作戦だ。ありがとう、漂白者。お前のおかげでこの戦いの方針を定めることができた。
Genshin dragged in the normies? Yeah, they had the normie power for sure. Whereas Wuwa, not sure how many normies they managed to drag in. Probably not a lot. But I mean, hey, they should have focused more on marketing the game, right?
近接戦中隊を率いて正面から敵を迎え撃ち、突撃小隊の援護を行え。俺は漂白者ヤンヤン、そして関心とともに突破口を開こう。そして全力で名式を消滅させる。
Once Wu gets in like 1 or 2 updates, it's gonna be even better than Genshin by miles. I don't know, man. It kind of sounds like copium to me for now. It's not that I don't want to see that. I hope that Kuro game can continue to support the game and make it better. If only for the sake of Genshin having a worthy competitor, so that way Wuthering Waves is able to force MiHoYo to give Genshin some meaningful updates in the future to themselves. But we gotta see it first. I gotta see it first. I'm not gonna sit here and assume that it will be better in like a month or 2 out from now. But yeah, let's hope that they do. Let's hope that the next couple of updates fixes the game and puts it back where it needs to be. The normies are now wither jaded by Genshin or have wisened up on their pulling habits. I guess, but then again, Genshin is still able to pull in mad fucking profits with their banners. As long as you could put out like one good waifu, Genshin outsells basically every other gacha game that isn't named like fucking FGO or Uma Musume or some shit. So people still clearly want to pull on Genshin Impact. Maybe not as much as they used to in like the first year or 2, but they're still there, I would like to say. Yeah, if he did her Wuwa stream last night. Oh, cool. I didn't notice that. I was probably sleeping during then. It's funny that Hollow managed to acquire Pern's for Wuwa. Yeah, I'm very curious as to how that fucking shit worked out. Yeah, considering Wuwa is a Chinese game, how the fuck did that happen? Kuro has offices in Hong Kong. Yeah, but Hong Kong is now officially China. Like, this isn't fucking 1991 where Hong Kong was still part of Great Britain. It's not like they were British. Maybe Hong Kong's still enough of an exception. It's still westernized enough where cover is like, okay, we'll let it slide or some shit. I don't know. Does kind of feel like a partially sunk cost. I mean, I guess they still make a ton of money though. It can't all be partial. It can't all be sunk cost fallacy. That sounds like that sounded like how people that Project Moon fans were saying that Limbus was going to surpass FGO's revenue when it was released. Jesus. People were actually trying to say that? You find the 4 stars in WUA more fun to play, and they look better. A lot of them look better too. Whereas 5 stars have easier button mash kits. I mean, technically speaking, it's sort of the same way in Genshin too, because in Genshin 5-star characters are really powerful, so it's easier for casual players to play. To play them. Whereas the 4 stars need more investment, and they're typically like specific ways that you want to play 4-star. Like there are specific ways where you have to play 4-star characters in Genshin. Or at least you have to manage them a lot better. Something, 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 yada, yada, yada. We are an unconfirmed 3rd beta. Oh, I did hear about that. Yes, Sleepy Dragon. Yeah, I can corroborate. Apparently, other people in Twitch chat over the past week have said that there are some files in the game that are titled like CBT3 or something. So yes, that is believable, at least. Not confirmed, obviously, but there's some merit to that. More of the devs are seeing what we like and dislike about the game and changing it for the better kind of thing. I guess, but like it would have been better in terms of just like open like developer transparency to have just like held like just launched the game and called it an open beta instead of like whatever like full release or whatever the fuck. They should have just been like, okay guys, we're gonna come out with an open beta, but please keep in mind that this is a beta, right? Right, since it's an open beta, you will keep your progress going into the full release of the game, something like that. Kind of weird why they didn't just decide to do that or whatever. Like, why bother coming out with a full release of a game when they're treating it when they're basically treating it like another fucking beta? It's a little bit weird to me, but you know. Did they call it an open beta during the live stream? Did they? Because I don't remember them calling it an open beta. Maybe they did, I just wasn't paying attention. If you can, like, clip a stream, like give us, like, a... How did I double plunge attack there? If you can give, like, a specific, like, timestamp for the stream where they straight up call it an open beta, or, like, at least some kind of beta, then that would be appreciated. How big is Kuro compared to Mihoyo when Genshin released? I'm not sure actually. But Kuro Game, we know, I'm pretty sure Kuro Game was founded by a couple of ex-Mihoyo employees. So just because of that, I'm inclined to believe that Mihoyo has always been a lot bigger than Kuro Game. But that's a good question. I'm not sure how the two would compare. Is he dead? He probably will be. Like, towards the end of the stream? No wonder. If they said it at the very end of the stream or towards the end of the stream, then yeah, no wonder people don't really get that impression. Because, like, not only did they not mention it, like, they mentioned it at the very end of the fucking stream, if that's true, but also, they're treating this game as if it were the full release with, like, because, like, they've sponsored a lot of people to play Wuthering Waves, did they not? Obviously, it's nowhere near as much as what Genshin did back 3-4 years ago, but they did sponsor, I think, quite a few people, right? And he's dead. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. So, like, what Kuro Game is doing for the launch of the game feels like it's like they're like fully launching it, when in reality they may just be intending this as like just another beta, or at least like an open beta. Not only that, but usually for beta clients, it would say that the game is currently in beta still, right? Like, usually there would be a watermark on the on your game saying that, oh yeah, please keep in mind that this is an open beta still, or like this is a beta client still, or like, hell, they'll even say it in like the opening screen when you first launch the game or some shit, right? So it's like, well, they're not doing that, so nobody knows that this is meant to be a beta. Or I mean, maybe they do, but I mean, I sure don't know about it. Whatever the case, Kuro Game could have definitely done a lot better of a job, like, handling this game. Or managing this game, at least. Let's take out these ranged guys first, because these guys can make pretty annoying. Is he dead yet? Now he is. There's the link. Okay, let me check it out real quick.
You get 10 of them as well. And a ranger's weapon supply chest of choice through the in-game mail. So remember, after the open beta begins, download the game, open up your mailbox, and receive all the rewards. We can't thank you enough.
So remember, after the open beta, is that the first time they called the game an open beta? Because that's a very awkward way to call this, call the launch client an open beta. Because if that's the first time that they call it an open beta, like, where else did they mention? Did they mention it once before? Because I gotta see the first time they mentioned it in the stream. If this is the first instance, the very first instance of them calling this an open beta, then yeah, no, they fucking dropped it out of nowhere. So this is very easy for it to go over people's heads. Because if they didn't mention it being an open beta before, a lot of people are gonna be like, what open beta? And they're just gonna forget about it. So yeah, that's kind of weird. Open beta thing as a mistranslation, they meant launch. I'm more inclined to believe that, actually, yeah. Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe that. Because, like, it doesn't make also it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for them to have like this big grand like these grand like opening live stream type deals. Ooh, big rail cannon. For like only an open beta? Like that's kind of weird, bro. Like what Kuro Game did over on the Chinese server, what they did for JP Wuwa, right, where they rented out a whole ass studio, had people come in to celebrate the launch of the game. Yeah, that might just be a mistranslation, to be honest. Because it doesn't feel right for them to do like this whole do these whole like grand celebration thingies, only for an open beta. Like what? Why? Feels kind of weird, to be honest. Man, that echo does a shit ton of damage. Holy shit. Wonder if it's like a boss echo that we can get later. You killed our friend. You must pay. Oh, we can't actually go over there. Ooh, did Genshin actually use a parry in the story? Isn't that the Overlord class of Spectro? I don't know. I don't recognize it. Could be. Whee! You're still sliding even though you're staying still. Dash funny. Dash funny. Looks like Mori is releasing yet another album in what, 2.5 months? God, I really need to catch up with their music.
加速します。宇宙同調。
待ってたぞ。止められるものか。やっ。ここにてうがつ。これでどうだ。行くぞ。補給として使おう。これでどうだ。風に乗れ。曲を開く。
Is there a difference between the air activation of Jian's ult versus his ground activation? Because, like, if there's no difference, then that means that his air activation is just straight up better, because it actually damages, it actually attacks enemies on activation. Whereas his ground activation is just, it's just a pure install. And it doesn't attack anybody with its activation alone.
静かすぎる。まずは慎重に周囲の状況を。この壁は牽引すると動くみたいだ。
Ah, you can just grapple to pull apart stuff like that. Cool.
来るべき時に備えよう。行くぞ。案の定、道はすべて破壊されているか。この辺りに敵はいないようだな。だが油断はするなよ。
Chixia seems really good. Yeah, I love gunslingers in this game. I think ranged combat is very powerful. Simply because you don't need to worry about dodging all the goddamn time. See Chixia main not even using Chixia. I don't know if you had gotten to this part of the story, but actually you can tell just by looking at the characters on the right side of my screen that these are story characters, not my own. I don't know, man. Maybe you should play the game more in order to understand that, but I don't know. What I wouldn't give to play Chixia right now, to be fair. But yeah, no. My sarcasm and asshole, me being an asshole aside, no. I physically cannot use Chixia because this is a story quest. These are forced characters. It's a forced roster, so. As soon as I get my hands back on my original team, I will be using Chixia again, do not worry. Yeah, it's forced, a forced story. A forced story team. Just did this section like an hour ago? Okay. Then yeah, this is a, unfortunately a forced roster. I mean, it's cool. They give you access to like a couple of echoes that, that I don't have, so it's cool using them. They're pretty strong, actually. Because I have Jian's echo, the big ass monkey with the big ass tree trunk or whatever he uses, but I don't have Story Youngs and I don't have Story Rovers as their echoes, and they seem pretty good. So I'll try to look for them at some point. Hopefully I didn't miss anything back there. It sure would suck if I missed the chest back there. Usually the Overlord class echoes give you elemental damage bonus after use. That's nice. Any difference between moves between male and female rover? Probably not. That'd be kind of weird. I'd assume they do the same thing. They just have different animations, just like in Genshin. Has there ever been like a zombie apocalypse setting gacha? Feel like that might be a missed market if so. I don't know of any. Maybe there might be one that exists out there in like Japan or something, Japan or China. But I certainly don't know of one that's big enough to have big enough to where people out here in the West would hear about it.
隣の瓦礫が足場になるかもしれません。試してみましょう。
Is the Insider channel worth it? I think you're talking about the Battle Pass, right? Yeah, view Insider channel. I don't know what the sigil thing is. Yeah, I think the $10 battle pass is worth it. You don't need to buy the $20 battle pass. Like, I don't know what the sigil thing does. I'm pretty sure this item is just like a refinement item for like a weapon, the golden eternal weapons or whatever they are. I assume the golden eternal weapons are these weapons right here, or maybe it might be another set. I don't know, but I have no idea what the fucking these sigil things do. So depending on how good the sigil item is and like what it does, it might be worth it. But they only give you like 3 more like regular rolls, which is not worth it. Considering you get all this for the first $10, and the next 10 you only get this shit. Like what? So, just stick to the $10 battle pass. I don't think the $20 one is worth it. I mean, I bought it just because it's the first one, but. Sigil is like a banner background. Oh, okay. The banner title card or whatever. Okay, then yeah. If it's just a cosmetic thing, then yeah, it's not worth it. What is this? Oh, it's just the event page. That's kind of weird. There was no audio for the wall exploding.
っきのように浮遊する石を道にするんだ。待て、脅迫者。今の地形は我々に有利だ。あの壁を倒壊させ残像をまとめて始末するぞ。将たるもの、常に臨機を忘れてはいけない。
Get fucked, idiot.
さっきと同じ状況だ。もう一度頼むぞ。
Kind of disappointed that there's no audio to follow up with the walls collapsing.
無情の詐欺がこんなところに。気をつけて。
これも音の力に。行こう。
隙あり、恐れなし。これでどうだ。反撃の時だ。行くぞ。交代はしない。いや、遅いぞ。その身に刻め。玉を開く。
この身を刃に。宇宙同調。加速します。やはせよこれ。
待ってたぞ。これでどうだ。風に乗れ。ここに手をが。予想以上に強敵。
Audio error? Yeah, something like that.
俺一人ではかなり苦戦を強いだが、あの彫像が放つ力がまた幾分か強くなった。もう時間がない。急ごう。
Lumen and Ether actually have slightly different stats in Genshin. Like, for example, Lumen has a slightly stronger charge attack. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing something like that, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Because, like, when do you ever use Lumen's charge attack seriously?
足場になりそうな場所なら上にあります。ただかなり距離がありますね。
あそこの瓦礫を除去すれば上昇気流が流れるはず
Oh,
だ。
not supposed to go over there first. Let's see. Oh, we are supposed to go towards here.
Oh. 頂上まであと少しです。あとはこれさえ何とかできれば。
少し動いた。だが
もうちょっとです。成功です。
この先が空中廃墟の頂上だ。
Oh.
加速します。
Oh yeah, I forgot to bump the audio, in-game audio up. Let's see if I remember to do it after this cutscene.
道が断たれたか。脅迫者、烈空の最後の砲撃指示を頼む。
Hopefully Wu doesn't make the MC bad like in Genshin. Feels like the only good traveler was Dendro and maybe Geo. Yeah, you're right. Dendro Traveler is the best element, followed by Geo. Hydro and Anima are kind of eh.
烈空はあと一発しか撃てないというのに。いやいや、なぜ。
名式が召喚する残像が途絶えないのであれば、誰かが砲撃位置周辺を相当しなければなりません。その役目、私に任せてください。
Rover's pretty strong. I know Ruby is trying to main Rover. So if she feels like she can main her, then yeah, Rover is probably pretty strong.
私たちの宿願。
Oh yeah, and then Electro, yeah. Fucking Electro Traveler is useless.
嫌う優しい方だということも知っています。ですが、ここにはこうして名式を倒す希望が揃っている。長年の悲願を叶える機会がようやくやってきたのです。私はこれを逃したくありません。
お前の言う通りだ。
No, the waifu's staying back to die.
Mm. その思い、確かに受け取った。脅迫者、砲撃の指示を頼む。
ここは私が、もう奴らの好き勝手にはさせません。そちらはお願いします。
Points menacingly. This is a So Wuxia core. Excuse me.
やはり敵の源はこの彫像の中か。ここからは名式との戦いになる。脅迫者、準備はいいか。
You wanted to play solo Chixia, but then yeah, the Grim Reaper. There are some enemies that some fusion like echoes who are completely immune to fire damage. So yeah, you have to use somebody else against them.
自信があるようで何よりだ。さあ、この戦争を終わらせよう。
Big menacing ball or big menacing orb. Can't you just use an echo that doesn't deal fusion damage? Well, unless that echo can deal can one-shot enemies. Like echoes have like a 10, or I guess it depends on the echo, but all echoes have a cooldown. So it's like, okay, so do you want to spend like fucking 2-3 minutes per enemy that you can't kill with fusion? Like, I think at that point it's just easier to just have a character on hand where they don't deal fusion damage, right? Oh, here's the Crownless again. Isn't the Crownless the dude we fought at the beginning of the game? This one's like a sacrifice. I don't know. I don't really know what that means in the context of the story, but he seemed to go down pretty fast. Wonder if this is the this is one of the bosses that we saw from the story trailers. Yeah, she seems a little bit familiar. Echo Meta is 43311. Okay, gotcha. I'll try to keep that in mind. Ow. It's her left titty. Do we just need to like outlast them or something, or what? Is there something that we need to be attacking here? Okay. Flashbang. Most teams will be main DPS sub and heal / support. Yeah, it makes sense. What was his name? Zhao? Close enough. Through the power of friendship. Husbando's male characters overall are being deleted in gacha games, especially in China, because the Chinese hate the idea of a male character being in their gacha games. They can tolerate it, but they'll get triggered by another. They'll get triggered whenever they happen to have like a Lin Yang incident happen, where like a male character like slights them in any way, or like a male character like pisses them off in any way. Also, no, I haven't heard that because I haven't been seeing that happening. The only game that's actually done that legitimately was with Snowbreak, but technically Snowbreak didn't have any male playable characters anyway. Like, Snowbreak has always been a waifu game, basically, so them getting rid of their male characters doesn't really count. Because the only male characters that exist in that game were, like, they were called logistics officers. Basically, they were your gear. But they weren't playable themselves. But that's, like, the closest example to that. But I haven't heard of any other gacha game be like, oh no, we're going to get rid of all our male characters now because the Chinese don't want them. So I don't know where you heard that from. Maybe it'll become, maybe what you meant to say was that it's going to become a trend where future gacha games are just not going to have male characters just at all. Or no playable male characters. I mean, you kind of see that with Azure Permilia, right? Because the devs have already confirmed that there are going to be no playable guys in a game like Azure Permilia. But yeah, no, I'm calling kind of bullshit on that one, my dude. I think you're talking out of your ass. If you're not, give me some examples of gacha games getting rid of their male characters. Like, and these have to be pretty big gachas too, not just some fucking tiny ass gacha in the middle of China that no one's heard about. Changing elements? What do you mean? Oh, do we unlock a new element type? Or a new damage type here? I mean, she's got fucking fancy ass wings now, so I assume so. Is our Echo the crownless? That's funny. Oh, our boy's back. Yeah, I fucking hate the fact that if you get hit by an attack, there's no way for you to recover off recovery, or there's no way for you to quickly recover when you hit the ground. Because at the very least, Genshin lets you do that, but this game it doesn't. That's like the one fatal flaw about this game's combat: the fact that you can't, when your character suffers a knockdown, you can't quickly recover. I fucking hate that shit, man. Like the one issue that I have with this game's combat. Everything else I pretty much like, or at least don't have a problem with. But that one thing of your character not being able to recover quickly is just fucking god awful, man. Honkai Impact 3rd. Honkai Impact 3rd maybe would have had a male character, but Honkai Impact has not had a male character in a long time, and you're making it sound like this is like a recent trend or some shit, Camo. Like even I know that, even though I don't play Honkai Impact 3rd myself, even I know that that game has never had a male character. Honestly, I don't even know if it's necessarily backlash from their players, because I'm pretty sure the game has never had a playable male character. There are not playable. There are male NPC characters, like for example Welt, who shows up as playable in Star Rail, but to my knowledge, Honkai Impact has never had a playable male character. So I don't even know where this CN player backlash is coming from, man. Again, I think you're talking out of your ass. Also, there's that weird cat again. Are you a cat? The fuck are you? Oh god, that's a weird looking cat. Crazy how unhinged some gacha communities are. Yeah, but that's just the internet in general. The internet is a big, lovely, and weird fucking place, man. Then don't get hit? Hey, I mean, I could say the same thing about Kuro game. They should have made a better game then. Damn, skill issue? Damn, it seems like Kuro game has a skill issue with making a good game then. Shit, man. No wonder I keep saying Genshin is a better game. Where's my cursor? There it is. Let's see, on Chinese internet, a whole movement named Men Won't Play is gaining popularity. What they're bitching about is that Chinese mobile game players seek success in catering to wider audiences. Answer, they cry about any male NPC. Huh, so it's like China's version of the woke movement, huh? The wokeness has reached China. Here's a hot take for you. People have always been woke. It's only been in recent years, with more people more people gaining access to the internet and realizing that people will actually listen to what they say on the internet, that this whole woke shit is becoming a thing. People have always been retarded. People have always been woke. But it's only relatively recently that they've realized that they can do something about it. Or that they can convince others to become as retarded as they are. It was always there. To be perfectly blunt with you. Misunderstanding you. People on Twitter are seething over this and blowing up over proportion. This is what you mean? Let's see. Let me take a look at the tweet that Hannah gave me, and let me see the replies here real quick. I assume this tweet went viral, because why would it not? Yeah, almost 1 million views. Excuse me. Also, what are we doing sitting here? Okay. So what you're trying to say is that Twitter is blowing up against that whole like men won't play movement in China. Is that what you're saying? If that's what you're saying, then sure. Then yes, I misunderstood you. Oh yeah, let me fucking crank the sound up a little bit. Because yeah, if that's what you're saying, then yes, I misunderstood you for sure. Alright, finally I get to play chixia again. Also, what is this quest that I'm on right now? Oh, it's Jin's companion story. Gotcha. Okay. Let's see here. Alright. I think I will start working on my Varina then. Also, chat, just asking, but is there any reward for leveling up characters in this game? Kind of like how in Genshin and Star Rail, every like three of the character ascensions in their games, like give you like a free regular banner pull. Do we have any like that in this game? I'm pretty sure we don't, right? Because otherwise, I would have seen it already. Don't think so. Oof. That kind of blows. Let's see, we need 3 of these things. It's all that one all the way down there, huh? Big L, yeah. Unfortunate. I wonder what this puzzle is.
ついてこれる？よし。
That.
オッケー。
Let's see if I can find another piece around here, because I just need one more, I think. Or at least I think I do. Is there another piece around here? I wonder if there's a way for you to know how many, oh, free chest over there. I wonder if there's a way for you to know how many, pieces you need.
大量じゃん。何かいいものない？見せて見せて。
Or how many pieces total, you have access to. Oh yeah, no, there is one down here.
ついてこれる？
There we go. You hated that one? It doesn't seem too bad, but I must have gotten lucky and I found the last piece pretty quickly.
いくよ。
Let's see, where is the Oculus thingy? Oh, down there. Let's see, we need to head. Okay, we're heading in the right direction. Oh, he's right there. Okay. I'm assuming this water we can stand on. Yep. You gonna build? You want Echo builds or characters? Or are you gonna figure it out yourself? Oh, have people already figured out like meta shit? I'll worry about meta Echoes later. I just want Echo sets that make sense of my characters for now. I'll worry about min-maxing at a later time. How many red enemies have I killed? Like level 100 plus? I think only one, and I ran into him accidentally. There's like a level 100 bear or something. Out of curiosity, if you could be a dev for a gacha game with the budget of a Hoyo title, what kind of setting would I want? Honestly, I just want to make it simple, man. I just want like a modern setting. I don't want to do like a high school setting because everybody fucking does that, man. Like literally anime manifest of having a fucking high school setting. Like at the very least, I would at least want my characters to be like in college, right? College age, kind of shit. But like, I want my setting to be simple. Something simple and grounded, so that way it's very easy to grasp the vibes of the story, right? Because like obviously Wuwa and now Genshin, Azure Premilia, honestly something close to Project Mugen. Not gonna lie, I think I like Project Mugen's setting the most because it's an urban environment, but it still got your usual fantastical elements to it. But like basically take Project Mugen's vibes, but then make it more grounded, a little bit more grounded in reality. Make it a little bit grungier. I mean, make it maybe even make it a little edgier even. Right? Something like that. If I could have my way with that one. Maybe like something like Z3, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, something like Z3 or Project Mugen, yeah. Just something that's like a modern setting, that's more grounded to reality, so that way it's a lot easier for players to like, you know, to be able to put themselves in, you know, the shoes of the player or the main character or whatever. A little bit more relatable, you know. It reminds you of Dona Dona. Yeah, I can kind of see that, yeah. Love the fact that this game has a bunch of generic fantasy weapons, and then they're just gun. Yeah. It's like, huh. If you have guns, why doesn't everybody just use a gun? Kind of like in Star Rail, where it's the far future where humanity has figured out space travel, and yet for some reason people have gone back to using melee weapons like fucking lances and spears and shit. Meta would be something like crit stat, damage, attack. I guess each individual echo slot must be important then, huh? Like each individual echo slot must dictate like something that regards character stats, huh? What kind of combat? Turn-based or open world? Open world for sure. Honestly, if I had my way and I had like a fucking Hoyoverse level budget, I would put multiple game modes in there, or I would make it multi-genre. Like one part of the game is turn-based, another part of the game is open world combat, another part of the game is like hell, make it like real-time strategy, that kind of thing. Like build a game infrastructure that's robust enough to legitimately support multiple genres at the same time. But obviously doing something like that would be very expensive, but you know, if I get to have a Hoyoverse level budget for that shit, then yeah, I would love to try out something like that. What is that thing? Like a Boot Hill 9mm? Yeah, what the fuck is that? Imagine you're a fucking space cowboy and you pull out a revolver and it's chambered for fucking 9 mils. Well, you know, I guess it makes sense that the Chinese don't have very good gun laws. So it's not like they would know, but... So really my ideal gacha might be something like Project Mugen plus Genshin plus Blue Archive, but with college-age characters. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Because if I'm gonna make a game, I'm not out here trying to like make a whole new fucking game. My goal isn't to be like super innovative and come up with like a genre that no one has ever seen before. Like I don't really care about that. I don't care to be an innovator. I just want to make a game. If I were to make a game anyway, I just want to make a game that's really fun to play. Like the fucking Pal World dev mentality, right? Like we're not here to reinvent the wheel. We just want to just make a fun game that people have fun playing and can talk about a lot, you know? So honestly, yes, your description of my ideal gacha game, like basically being a combination of like multiple gacha games, that's not a bad way to put it, because ideally, you just take the best elements of each gacha game out there, smash them all into one, and you know, make sure that it all works, and there's a game for you. Elite hunting is very useful because of the database upgrade. Yeah, I'd imagine so, yeah. I assume like bigger enemies give you more data bank points. Something like Blue Archive, aside from like the whole demon and angel and like Christianity bullshit, the whole game is very grounded to some degree. Yeah, and also that actually reminds me. I wouldn't want to do a story like Wuwa or Genshin where like there's this big overarching storyline. Actually, Genshin isn't as guilty of this because at least the one of the overarching plot lines for Genshin is that you're just looking for your lost twin, right? So that's fine. But games like Star Rail and then now Wuwa, where it's like, oh, there's like this overarching plot line where like you're out here to save the world or such shit. Nah, I don't want to fucking do that shit. At least not right away. How I would write the story is just make it a very grounded, realistic story, where it's like, oh, maybe you're starting out with like a regional conflict or something like that, right? So, for example, in my game, it would be like, oh, maybe, like, say, for example, it were like, oh, a college campus or whatever, right? Maybe one college is having a problem, like, kids from one college are having a problem with other kids from another college, something like that. So, that'll be like the starting story, right? Start out small, but then as the game progresses, as you add more content, you then keep building upon the story more and more and more until you have enough, like, building blocks for your story to establish like a bigger overarching plot line, right? The more like, oh, we're out here to save the world kind of shit. But like gacha, like games that like just put you right in the middle of, oh, we're here to save the world, like that's become so fucking overdone and boring at this point, man. It's so fucking boring. It's just, oh, here we go again. We're out here to save the world as usual. Because, you know, you're the good guy and you're supposed to do good guy things. Like, ugh. Spare me, bro. Genshin's story is very small in scale. It has big implications because, again, remember that you and your twin fight that big-ass fucking, that one goddess or whatever. So, there's an implication of an overarching overarching plot line, but yeah, for the most part, it's just, you know, for the most part, it's just, you know, oh, you're looking for your lost brother or sister or whatever. So, have you seen her? Or him? Good artist steal, great artist, or good artist copy, great artist steal, and amazing artists innovate. But you know, that's why we don't have too many amazing things out there. 9mm makes more sense in a game like Limbus because guns are banned in universe, so bullets are more expensive and rare. Then they should go with 22s if that's the case. But you know, then again, good luck killing anything with 22s. Unless, like, you're hunting vermin or some shit. Or, like, you aim for headshots all day or whatever. RPG of Chapter 1, find Lost Dog. Final chapter, kill God. Works every time. Yeah. Unironically, as long as the story's good. Because, yeah, you have to have that sense of, like, ramping up. You can't just start off your story being, oh, we have to kill God or we have to save the world, right? Like right off the bat, because once you do that, then what? What's next? Right? Your story can be told like a Yakuza game. Yeah, exactly. You have multiple factions, and you, as the main character, you go around and you get to know each of the factions. You hear them out, hear their stories, interact with like a lot of people from that faction, right? And that's how they become playable characters or whatever, like or whatever. And then you see how each faction interacts with each other. Right? Whether they hate each other or whether they like each other and so they cooperate or they fight together, or maybe hey, they gang up on another region or another faction to fight against them together, right? You've ever played Genshin? Would now be a good time to start. Every gacha game, the best time to play a gacha game is right when the server opens or when the game launches. The next best time is right fucking now. So yes, if you want to play Genshin, you should play it. If you want to, you should start. You should pick it up right away. Don't worry about if it's a good time to start playing a gacha game. Some gacha games, sure, they have like special like big events where like they give you a lot of like starting player bonuses maybe. Some gacha games do that. Genshin is not one of them. So you don't need to worry about Genshin doing anything like that. For the most part anyway. So if you want to play Genshin, if you've been meaning to play Genshin and you want to start, yes, start right now. Now is always a good time. How degen would you make the game? 18 plus, or for the sake of having the biggest audience, I would make it I would not make it a porn game. Like I wouldn't make it an eroge. Instead, I would probably pull off something like a Nikke, either a Nikke or like ideally either like a Nikke or an Azure Lane level of like horny or Coomer. Yeah. I think the most important thing for me personally, is that I really want to see a gacha game, implement some sort of like modular character customization system. This is something I talked about FGO needing to have, or they should have something like this, considering it's kind of built into the game already. But I want to see a gacha game have a system of customization where you can, like, for example, you can change the look of your character by default without any skins. So, for example, take Chixia here. I like Chixia. She's got bright red hair. Red is one of my two favorite colors, the other one being blue. So, you know, makes sense why my two favorite characters right now are Young and Chixia. But I'm not a big fan of her side pigtail thing right here. Like, I've never really cared much for pigtails. My favorite waifu hairstyles have always been either hair down or maybe a high ponytail. Yeah, I really fuck with those two hairstyles. So what I'd love to see a gacha game do one day, I don't know if they'll ever do this, or yeah, I don't know if I'll ever see a gacha game like actually go out of the way to do this, but if I were to make one, I would implement a system like this where you can change individual physical features of the character that you're controlling or that you're playing. So, like, again, take Chixia for example. If you want to change your hairstyle, if her default hairstyle is her side braid, her side pigtail, but you don't like that for whatever reason, you prefer something else, you should be able to change it to something else, right? Give Chixia long hair or some shit. Or maybe, instead of doing it for free by default, maybe you do like a quest or something, and you can buy, or hell, do it like GTA style, where you go to a barber shop and you can change your character's hairstyle there. Because at least then that makes a little more sense. Same thing with the clothes they wear. If you want to go full Coomer and you want to take off layers of clothing off of them, then you should be able to do so, right? Or you want to see Chixia, strip even more? Sure, you can take off whatever this jacket is, this one-armed jacket thingy, whatever, right? You should be able to do that. And of course, since I advocate for true gender equality. Not only should there be guys in my gacha game, but you should be able to do the same thing for guys too. As a matter of fact, I would take it one step further for the guys. You should be able to make them go shirtless, just fucking from the waist up, shirtless, gun show. Fucking man titties out in bright daylight. You should be able to do that. Why not? And on top of that, you can release more skins for those characters, and you should be able to do the same thing for those skins too. Those, like, characters getting like actual standalone skins, you should be able to customize them that exact same way too. How about making Chixia a guy? I don't know if I'd go that far. Like, I don't mind putting non-binary characters into the game, sure, But as far as like gender swapping goes, I'm not too sure. Because at that point, if you gender swap them, then technically they become two different characters instead of being the same character, you know?
根順位しかいつでも準備 OK.
Like, because then you'd have to give them two different voices. And so, eventually, in my opinion, how I would predict that going is, if you were to give, like, the option for players to gender swap every character in a game, in a gacha game, then eventually the community will start treating those two characters as, like, different people, or, like, different characters. So at that point, why not just make another character? Why not make another character entirely? So, that's kind of why I'm against it. There should be no problem with girls wanting their husbandos. Yes, true gender equality. If you want to make the waifus Coomer, you should also make the men Coomer too. So that way, whenever fucking woke Twitter fuckers decide to try to criticize your game for being too misogynist, you can just pull out your guys and be like, but wait a second, we got something for you. What are the markings on their skin? Oh, the black stuff? Like the scar-looking things, those are their I think that's like an indicator of like their resonator power or whatever. Every character in the game has like a marking like that, and it's on different parts of their body. Kind of like how in Genshin, every playable character has a vision, but they wear it on a different part of their body. Similar concept. The character creator was the best thing out of Team Up. Yeah, because it was an MMO, yeah. Or it was meant to be an MMO. Yeah, so basically give like an MMO style character customizer and put that shit in a gacha game. But instead of like being able to create your own character, you only do it for like the characters that the game that come out as part of that gacha. Equality, yep. Call me Kazuma. Because I too yearn for true gender equality. Yeah, it also flashes when they use their ults too, yeah. I think every ult animation, it briefly shows their resonator mark, or whatever it's called. Like glowing white, I think, for a brief second. Right before they cast their ults. Like they care for functional arguments? Yeah, true. But honestly, Camu, it's not really against the woke Twitter bitches that you're arguing against, because there's no argument against them. You're not going to be able to change their minds over the fucking internet of all places. What you can do though is you can change the minds of people looking on, like the onlookers. Honestly, that's what internet arguments on like social media basically boil down to. If you're in an argument with somebody else over the internet, you need to know first and foremost you will not be able to change their minds, and neither will they change yours. Instead, it becomes a battle of perception. Right? You're not trying to convince other people, or you're not trying to convince the people you're arguing against to change their minds. No, you're fighting to change the minds of other people around you. So that way, you build up your own numbers against theirs. So that way, your side has more voices talking your point rather than instead of theirs. So it's still important to bring forward functional arguments, because they're not meant to change the other party's mind, the opposing party's mind. Rather, they're meant to get other people around you on your side, because your argument is more sound. Your argument makes more sense. And you point out the logical fallacies and the flaws of the other party, to the point where people don't want to join their side because it doesn't make sense, or what they're saying doesn't make sense. the way you're describing skins instead of skins, you could literally sell like outfits or clothing pieces for people to propel or for people to buy and freely mix and match. Yeah, exactly, Little War Mule. Which is why, so here's the thing, Little War Mule. My ideal gacha game, the most important idea for my ideal gacha game is that everyone should be able to pick up at least one free copy of every character in the game so long as they play every day, right? Because that should be the reward for the dedication, right? Because of that, obviously because of that, if you have players, if your gacha system is set up like that, then naturally you're not going to make as much money as, say, a game like Genshin, where it's not as generous, and therefore you're not going to be able to roll every character, so you have to pick and choose. If you want all the characters in the game, you have to pay, right? And so thereby you find where a lot of Genshin's profit margins come from. But in order to make up for that, right? In order to make up for the profits that you will lose for being a generous gacha game, you can just start selling mass amounts of cosmetics, right? Because as long as cosmetics don't change any stats, right? As long as that you can't just use them to like fucking make your characters do more damage or whatever, right? As long as it's just cosmetics, no one should really have a problem. There might be some people who might look at a game that puts in a whole ton of cosmetic options, or tries to monetize cosmetics really heavily and be like, oh, there's too many microtransactions. But like, as long as the players themselves know that they don't change your gameplay at all, right? They're just meant to be bought for swag, and to make your character look cooler. Then yeah, there shouldn't be an issue. There really shouldn't be an issue. Right? If you want to be dumb enough to spend money to make your in-game character look cooler, then sure, you should be able to do that. I mean, people might give you shit for it, but it's at least it's nowhere near as bad as, say, like, oh, you buy this item and it makes your characters do more damage. I mean, technically, we already have something like that. It's called a weapon banner, but like, people have kind of accepted that part of gacha games, at least it seems like. So yeah. My solution for like making up for those profit losses for your game being that generous is just putting in a shit ton of customization options, like this entire library of like clothes or like accessories or pendants or necklaces or whatever, that you can buy for your character to make them to bling them out, make them look cooler, right? No big deal if you don't buy them, but if people do want to buy them still, and they want to make their characters look cool, then sure, If they don't want to spend their money on shit like that, then let them. But yeah, and not only that, but because of that whole like modular customization system that I described, yeah. You can just like buy a whole bunch of like customization options, right? Buy a whole bunch of like cosmetic clothing, and you just throw them on together. See what works, and see what looks good, And so that way, right? People have a good reason to focus on customization, because now there is a legitimate way for you to make your character stand out. It's part of the reason why I like FGO's the Grail system in FGO so much. Right? Because Grails are an actual investment, like a serious investment. It takes a lot of time and like finite resources, right? You can't level 100 everybody in FGO. So the ones you do choose to level 100, or even better, 120, like it shows. Oh, and not only that, you can put them on your own support list. So that way you can flex your level 100 or your level 120 servants to other people on your friends list, and so that they can see, oh, this dude really likes this one character, right? And considering gacha games, the whole point of gacha games is to go fucking absolutely feral for particular characters, right? Because the whole point of gacha games is to sell you characters, because they kind of have to be pretty good looking, right? If you're gonna have to try to put them in a gacha and tell people to roll for them, or sometimes even pay for them, they better be, they better have good character design. And so because typically, characters in gacha games are at least supposed to have good character design, naturally you're going to have a lot of people who are going to really gravitate towards them, really like them. And therefore they want to do everything they can to make their favorite characters like as strong as they possibly can be. Or at the very least make them stand out, stand out from the rest of the crowd. Have you seen this? What is this? Liberation cast got slow-moed for no reason and continued as if it never happened. Yeah, that seems like a bug. But yeah, it's kind of hilarious. It happened there, so you just get a fucking full-ass thigh shot. Not enough gachas. Do something on the level on like the level of 120s and FGO. Yeah, exactly. A matter of fact, as far as I'm aware, FGO is the only gacha game that does something like that. Like the closest you get is like maybe Girls Frontline or Azure Lane, where you can just straight up marry your characters. So another level of fucking parasocial activity. But still, that's valuable for gacha games. But yeah, it definitely seems to be like an old school gacha thing, because the vast majority of new gacha games do not let you do something like that. Like, maybe the closest we get are like maybe what Genshin and Star Rail do, or in Genshin you have the whole crown system, right? Where you can't max level a character's talents unless you use 3 crowns, and crowns are limited time items, and you can't farm them. You can only obtain them from like events and like certain like point ladders per region in each region. And same with Star Rail too. Though in Star Rail, to be fair, tracks of destiny are more common, but similar concept. But yeah, weird. I agree. More gacha games should do something like that. I mean, it was one of my suggestions for my how to make Genshin a better game video that I put out this year. Like give it some sort of FGO 120 system. Where you can take characters level 100. I mean, hell, I think there's a rumor going on, or at least there used to be a rumor going around that with 5.0, MiHoYo will finally let you take characters to level 100. But I don't think that was confirmed. It's probably just a rumor for now. They had to make the Grail give the Grails some sort of utility, maybe, but in my opinion, they didn't have to, because remember, they could have just been like, oh, instead of Grails giving your characters extra levels, we're just gonna give them the same function as a lore, right? They could have just used them as like, oh, just like make them function as like lores. They didn't have to put in like a Grail system that, as we know it. They didn't have to. They chose to do that. Because technically, if you just make Grails act like lores in FGO, then yeah, technically they're doing something, right? And given how important skill levels are in FGO, yeah. To me, anyway, that would have been a good enough reason to make. That would have been a good enough function for Grails right then and there. But no, they decided to give Grails an even higher function, and they relegated the max skill level upgrade to another item called the crystallized lore. There's another JP game that does something like that, where you can only take 2 characters to like level 150. And very special events. Without that item max level, without that item, the max level in that game is only 100. Yeah. Could even do limited time events with real world clothing brands. Yeah, sure. Do a collab with like Uniqlo or something, or like other popular Asian clothing brands or whatever. Hell, maybe even we can get something going on with like Western clothing brands too. If we're gonna go that crazy. Yeah, for sure. And now we get 2 free grails per month. Yeah, very nice. Oh, fuck. You remember another FGO YouTuber suggesting maybe using grails as a coin exchange for servants? Like, if you have X number of grails, you would be able to buy a servant? No, I don't agree with that. No. Because if that were the case, then then a lot of players wouldn't use grails for their intended purpose of leveling up characters. Instead, they're just going to it would depend on how robust that sort of exchange system is. For example, can you exchange it for a limited time servant? Use it like as an alternate USO system? Because if that's the case, then no, I don't agree with it. Because if that's the case, then what people are going to do is they're just going to hold on to the grails and do it, and you use them for nothing but exchanging for limited time servants. So at that point, what is the purpose of grails in the first place then? Like, what's the point of giving them their original intended purpose in the first place? No, for something like that, they just need to improve the USO system. Make it something that, most players can actually fucking use, rather than it being a whale exclusive system for the most part. So no, I think that's a bad take. For that reason. Imagine, Louis Vuitton skins? Yeah, I know, right? Imagine. Yeah, not to mention buying a servant with grails would result in profit losses for FGO, and you know they can't handle that, so... Yeah. Escalation Heroine is an Alisoft gacha. I actually don't know, but it makes sense that Alisoft is managing gacha games. I should probably look up what other gacha games Alisoft has. Oh, Escalation Hero. Oh, okay, that must be... Now, I recognize the name now. Yeah, because I believe it's based off that one game called, Beat Blades Haruka or some shit. Yeah, I'm guessing that the Escalation Heroines, or Heroines, or however you say that word, that gacha must be based off Beat Blades Haruka or something, or that series that Beat Blades Haruka is from. I was wondering why Escalation Heroines sounded familiar. Which Rance characters? Well, Rance. I think Kenshin, Uesugi Kenshin is an obvious shoo-in for a collab character, though I don't know which collab we're talking about. But Kenshin, Shizuka's a good one. I mainly only know Sengoku Rance characters because I've only ever played Sengoku Rance. Personally, I would like Senhime because she's got huge tits. I would suggest the poison girl from Teru, or not Teru, from Mori, the faction, the Mori clan or the Mori faction. But you know, in True Route, she fucking explodes because you know there was a fucking, you know, demon inside her or whatever. So too bad about that. Oh, I guess Kiku would be a good choice too, because she has enormous fucking tits, I think. Mixing Grail? No, Kamu, you're missing the point. Like, how is mixing Grails and USO systems into one gonna change it? How is that any different from what you were trying to explain earlier? No. They even made a doujin to explain the reason for the gacha. Nice. Maybe I'll look that up later. Which gacha games do you think have the best designs that are easiest to cosplay? I think Blue Archive characters are very easy to cosplay. Blue Archive character designs are, for the most part, pretty simple. Like, the most difficult part of, like, cosplaying a Blue Archive character would be, like, how do you, like making sure, like, the halos. If you want to get down to, like, if you want to, like, emulate or do a one-to-one Blue Archive cosplay, then you gotta deal with, like, how, like making their halos and making them, like, float over your head somehow. right? With like wire or some shit. But if you don't have to worry about if you don't want to worry about the Halo, then Blue Archive characters should be very easy to cosplay because they're all just school uniforms for the most part.
みんなが無事なら私も頑張った甲斐があるってもんだ。
No music bug fixed now? I don't know. Z3 just got confirmed for a release date. Ooh, did they have like an official tweet or something? Or did they make like a promotion video advertising the official launch? Official tweet? Nice. I'll look it up. Good idea to send FGO to EOS. If it'll convince them to make FGO 2 and make it like a Genshin clone, then sure. But for some reason, I don't think they're gonna do that. Literally 3 minutes ago, nice. I guess it makes sense because 9 p.m. 9 p.m. is usually when 9 p.m. Pacific is usually when MiHoYo does releases like official statements or whatever. So yeah, there you go. The July 4th release date was in fact true. Anyways, enough standing around. Let's go beat the shit out of this guy. Oh, I've never seen that attack before. Hell yeah. Have you seen the gacha game about how it only lasts like 6 hours before going straight into EOS? I heard something about that, yes. I think I've heard something about that happening. I don't know the details, but I've at least heard about it. And yes, that's kind of funny. Kind of hilarious. It was the Mulov one? Okay, then yeah, it makes sense. Oh, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, as soon as you mentioned Eternal Maintenance, yeah. I heard about that one. As soon as it came out, it went straight into Eternal Maintenance and, you know, never to be heard from again. Did I wail on Wuthering? A little bit. I did spend a $100 pack. I did get Jian and his limited weapon. I will probably be leveling him up later. Maybe like a week from now or something. But not too much. Like for example, I haven't been like max refreshing stamina like I have for like other gacha games like Genshin or Star Rail yet. Can you post a video here? Sure, yeah, you can post a link. Yeah, you guys have that bug where the camera just locks on the ground. Yeah, Frex. It's not just against bosses, I think. Just even in regular overworld battles against like random echoes or whatever. Yeah. I think it happens most with chixia because she's a ranged character. But yeah, sometimes I'll be trying to like focus the camera on like an enemy, and then all of a sudden the game will just randomly just pivot the camera like 180, like at this angle. It just stares at some random shit, and like the opposite direction. It happens to me too. So yeah, that's clearly a some sort of camera bug. The most recent legend is an idol gacha that announces the release date and EOS in the same tweet. Damn. Sasuga. Fucking, we out here speedrunning our end of service announcements here, huh? Damn. That's impressive.
いてこれる？
It was a global version of Love Live. Okay, gotcha.
変身。えい、いくよ。いい感じ。
Nice.
で、ついてこれ。ほらほら。変身。オッケー。この身を刃に。ほら。
Excuse me. Nice, we got 2. So that means we can level up Verena.
芽生え、それは命の始まりです。本当の奇跡はこれからですよ。
And she's now also level 50. See, we've got 2 of these things. Do I want to go energy regen or do I want to go attack percent? And an interest skill is released, increases HP, it casts attack and HP. When resident skill is released, restores concerto energy by 8. Can only be triggered once every 20 seconds. Energy regen or attack percent? Increases the caster's. I wonder how much damage Verena does herself. I would imagine not a lot. The lock-on for multiple enemies at a time needs work. I haven't had a serious problem with it so far. But yeah, it could. I'll just say that it could use some work too. Not much? Okay, then it sounds like ER is the better way to go then. Your character's middle trace is very important. This one right here. I think I can buy some from the souvenir store here, so I'll look into that. I wonder where I can find this. A calamity class? Okay. Huh? It spawned again? Well, I don't need to fight you right now, so we'll just spawn somewhere else. That one, okay. Also, what's your what are your chixia build? Currently she's level 50. I've got the Nova Burst pistols on her. It's a 4-star weapon. Mainly because I think it was my only 4-star pistol. I suppose I have another copy of it tier 2. But only what's the refinement level called in this game? Whatever that is, like R1 on on my Chixia's Nova Burst pistols. It's attack percent. So it seemed nice. The passive seems nice too. Because even with Chixia, I find her dodging quite a lot too. So you know, this is always nice. I actually wonder if this passive triggers, if this passive only triggers off of successful dodges when you actually like dodge an enemy attack, or if it's just whenever you dash, at any time. Because if it's at any time, then this is actually really good. Because you just get a free fucking, you know, a free fucking 12% attack buff that stacks with the guns' the weapon's attack stat itself. But if it's only off of successful dodges, then the spawn timer still ticks down while in menus. Well, at least they don't spawn while you're inside a menu. At least that's nice. At least they wait for you. I think honestly, I think that's intentional. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's intentional. Because with Genshin, if you're like farming an elite boss, you can't stay in the area after you beat it. You have to like teleport somewhere else first, and then you have to teleport back. Not only that, but you have to teleport like a sufficient distance away from the elite boss, and then you have to port back. Because if you don't port far away enough, then the elite boss still won't spawn. Even if the respawn timer is up. So for some reason, for a good reason, I think in Wuwa, I think that's intentional. So that way you don't have to bother like fucking, teleporting somewhere else and then teleport back. You can just like, I don't know, just hang out there physically, or you can just hang out in your like menu system or whatever and just tap back in. And there you go, there's the boss. Did you level Echoes? Yes, I did. Which is why my chixia is doing so much damage. Let's see here. So this is my Echo setup for now. Apparently, I should have, since this is a 3 cost, I should have it on where this dude is. So let me remove these two for now. So I'll put this burb here, and I'll put this dude down here. For like a better, like a setup. Maybe I should have the purple ranking dude up here on slot 3 maybe. I don't know if that makes a difference. This is currently her stat line up here. Also, is the crit damage stat bugged? No, it's not. It's yeah, no, it's 163% on the ranged on the melee characters. No, it's not. Every character has base 155% crit damage. Okay. I guess when you look at the these are just the stats that she's getting from her Echo specifically, not her total stats. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, but yeah, these are her Echoes. I've got a cost 4 Eternal Inferno Rider. I got lucky and it rolled crit rate. Too bad it didn't roll any crit damage down here, but it did roll attack and energy regen, so that's nice. This is the Burb energy regen, so she gets her ult a little bit faster. It did roll a lot of crit damage actually, so that's nice. Too bad it didn't roll crit rate, because, that's kind of more important, but oh well, it is what it is. Also rolled a little bit of skill damage bonus, so that's nice, because chixia uses her skill a lot. Especially because it's fast firing. Her third Echo is this guy right here. This is a cost 1 attack percent dude. To finish up her, to just put there for part of her, her skill, whatever. Or her Echo set. Same thing with this dude, another attack percent. And then lastly, this, so you can just drag and drop. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, there we go. And this guy is what, a 4 cost? He rolled HP percent, but he is part of the set, and he rolled double crit here, so that's nice at least. But yeah, ideally this should be like attack percent or something like that. Ideally it should be crit rate, assuming you can even roll crit rate main stat on a sub Echo. Ugh, max cost is 12. Now, true, I could switch one of these guys over to a 3 cost. The question then becomes, do I even have a suitable dude to put in there though? That'd be too much. Besides, you can't equip the same Echo multiple times, so that's kind of useless. Let's see, HP. Yeah, this guy only gives HP percent, and then this guy is glacio damage. Maybe I could still level up the HP dude, maybe, and see if it rolls good substats, I guess. I'm gonna roll a crit damage main stat Inferno Rider. Kind of funny. Yeah, most of these guys are just Havoc damage bonus. It's 1 slot. Maybe since I'm replacing Genshin with Verena, maybe I could take this off her and then put it as part, give it to my my chixia for even more energy regen. Yeah, I'll think about it later. But yeah, this is my chixia's echo setup for now. I haven't worked on her stat tree at all. They're all at level 1 shit like that. She is C2, I guess. I don't know what the constellation level is called in this game. Resonance chain. I suppose we could call it. We could still kind of call it C2, or RC2 maybe. But yeah, that's about it. Crit main stat only shows up starting with cost 4 echoes. Okay. Thoughts on upcoming characters in Wuwa? Yinlin is hot, so we'll be rolling for her for sure. Other than that, I don't know other future characters that are coming to the game. Like, I wouldn't mind some of the antagonists of this game becoming playable, like the female antagonists so far. How quickly can you gather gacha currency here? I would imagine it's on the same level as, like, say, Genshin. I mean, this game is a Genshin clone after all, so I wouldn't like know why it would be any different. Maybe it's a little bit more generous, but can't say for sure right now because this is just early game. Okay, just making sure I did all my dailies today. This week's weeklies reset. I'm assuming it reset. So I didn't do last week's weekly stuff, but I guess that's okay. I just want to be able to level 70 the battle pass, but I'm assuming I can do that. It's like Genshin, but 2 characters per patch, like Star Rail. Yeah, no surprises there. Sorry if you've been asked this before, but how'd you become a chixia main? Sure, real quick. As I've been playing through Wuwa, I've realized that I'm really bad at parrying in this game. Like, I thought I understood how to do it, but it turns out I'm just hot garbage at it. It's either that or either the parry mechanic itself is very inconsistent, or I just don't get it. I'm assuming it's just a skill issue. So for most of the time, I just dodge instead of parry. But the problem with melee characters is that if you're fighting at close range, and you're fighting a lot of enemies at once, typically you you burn a lot of stamina doing dodges because a lot of whenever enemies attack you all at once, you gotta dodge them all, right? Especially if they stagger their attacks. So I found that it's very comfortable playing a ranged character like a gunslinger in this game, because unlike in Genshin, where archers and like catalyst users or casters are basically just de facto melee characters. Gunslingers like Chixia can actually fight enemies at range. At like range that's actually meaningful. And what I mean by that is at range against melee enemies, they have to come to you in order to attack you, right? So you can dodge their incoming attacks better, and you don't have to dodge as much in the first place. And against ranged enemies, their attacks are pretty fast at short range, but if you put more distance between you and ranged enemies, you can react to their incoming attacks a lot better. So, in my opinion, ranged characters like gunslingers are very strong, just from a defensive perspective. And considering I don't have a healer in my team right now, I will soon when I level up my Verena. Right here. Yeah, it's very nice having a gunslinger. So I found myself just naturally gravitating towards Chixia a lot. So I decided to invest into her quite a bit. And my investment is paying off. At least I like to think so. Okay, yeah. Other people have been saying the same, have been having a similar experience with the parry mechanic in this game too. Like it's inconsistent, or like they can't really do it themselves a lot of the time either. Yada yada yada. So I'm inclined to think that it's less of a skill issue and more that yeah, there's something kind of iffy with it. But I don't want to assume, you know. Maybe I am just trash at the game. Consider that one, Batman. Chixia is pretty good, bro. I mean, hey, I like her a lot. That's good enough for me. I don't really care about meta at the moment. Maybe late. I mean, yeah, I can't say I don't care about it because I'm using I'm leveling up my Verena right now. But yeah, I enjoy using Chixia, so I'm going to keep using her. Plus, I think she's the only female gunslinger we have in the game so far, so fuck it, man. We ball. There's a Genshin GG, but for Wu. Oh, thanks, Hannah. Yeah, I figured there'd be a spreadsheet or a website like this. But yeah, thanks for sharing the link. I'll take a look at it after stream or something. Is this game good? You keep seeing ads on YouTube for it. It's a good game. The combat is very fun. In my opinion, this game is definitely a game where you have to keep playing it in order to enjoy it more though. Like the beginning of the game might feel kind of iffy, especially with all the bugs and the lack of optimization for the game. So you have to like go into your settings, like fiddle with them to like match your preferences to have the game run the way you want it to. For example, I had to like fucking fiddle with like the camera settings, like the brightness and shit like that. But once all that stuff is done and you're happy with how the game looks and runs, then and once you start figuring out how the combat works in this game, then this game gets pretty fun. But it takes a little bit. It's like a slow burn kind of game. It's not like Genshin where the game slaps you with an absolutely fantastic experience right off the bat. You have to warm up to the game. At least, just from my experience. Is it only on PC? No, this is a mobile game. You can play it on your tablet or your phones. I would not recommend doing that, though. I would recommend you play it on PC because it's a Genshin clone. So, yeah. Or at least play it on PC with a controller. Let's see. Let me take a look at Verena's build guide here. Let's see. Variation. Okay. Her other good 4-star weapon is called the Jinjo Keeper. I don't think I have that at the moment. Actually, no, I do. Why do they recommend Jinjo Keeper? Oh, well. I'll just stick with the variation for the time being. Let's see. Oh, no. The ranking, the variation is ranked number 2. So, yeah, I did use the right one. Or I did level up the right one. It's just listed out of order. And then Moonlit Clouds or Rejuvenating Glow. Let's see. Rejuvenated Clouds or Moonlit Glow. Okay. Oh, excuse me. What is the difference between Moonlit and Rejuvenating again? Moonlit is... I see. Energy regen. Whereas Rejuvenate is the healing set, right? Yeah. I think I'll go for Moonlit Clouds. I think the energy regen might be nice. See how that works. Oh, you actually do it better on mobile is more optimized. I guess that makes sense. So maybe play it on mobile for the time being because the PC client is not optimized. You do healing because the +5 bonus is, or the full set bonus is actually attack. Really? I mean, I'm using variation on Verena, so variation is already giving her a little bit of a ER. Let's see. Yeah, increases the attack, gives the entire team an attack buff. That's actually nice, yeah. Whereas this one is, it just increases the attack of the next resonator. Well, actually, if that's the case, then I would imagine the moonlit clouds, the set effect should be stronger than what is it? Than say rejuvenating glow. Cause yeah, since this is attacking, this is buffing the entire team's attack, then I would imagine the actual attack, the actual like buff value should be lower. And it's not like you can just like rapidly switch between your characters either, because as soon as you switch to one other character, like you need to build up that your like transition energy back up again, right? Yeah, I'm assuming Moonlit gives more attack to one character. I'm kind of disappointed they don't actually show you the exact stat right here. I don't know where you can take a look at it. I guess it says right here, yeah. 15% for 30 seconds. It is for a long time, actually. What about Moon Clouds? Oh, same duration, but yeah, the attack buff is stronger for one resonator. Gotcha. Yeah. I guess it would depend on... I guess Rejuvenating Glow would be better if... but it would depend on how quickly you can transition to your second character as well. You can swap at any time, you just won't get the intro attack on swap. I guess so. I guess not, yeah. And maybe transition skills aren't that important. Yeah, we'll go for Rejuvenating Glow then. Or we'll go for the glow set instead then. We'll see if ooh, this is perfect. Energy regen. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. And then let's see. Yeah, energy regen or attack percent. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. These two are the same, or these two, I want both of them anyway, so there you go. I'm surprised Verena doesn't scale off of HP. So I'm so Genshin pilled that I keep thinking, oh, if you're a healer, you gotta scale with HP. And you know, Jean says hello. And the last two, we should give them attack percent. Okay. Defense percent, HP. Here's an attack percent. Defense, defense, HP, HP, defense, defense, HP, attack percent. Perfect. Alright, cool. Energy regen main stats are really rare. Damn, I must have gotten really lucky then. I see. Just need to click on the outline. Okay, sorry about that. I must have missed it. There's a 120 level 120 enemy. Yes, I fought one and I managed to win, but it took me quite a long time. I think it took me like it was like a 10 or 15 minute battle, and I lost one of my characters like almost immediately. But Perfect dodge is not a an iframe. Yeah, I've gotten hit on the recovering frames of like a successful dodge because I dodged like into an enemy attack. So ideally you want to dodge away from it. I mean, kind of makes sense, but yeah. Still kind of janky at the same time. Yeah, Luocha also says hello too. Alright, let's see if I have enough shit to level up these bad boys. What subs did she want again? Oh, just regular old ER attack percent and then regular attack. All right. Say less. Ew. Fucking trash. Genshin moment, yeah. Obviously, for now, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, we can keep bitching about, you know, ew, fucking trash substats. Ooh, energy regen substat, at least that's useful. Ew. Oh, well, my Barina is now built, so let's manage our team real quick. Chixia point, Yang second, and then Verena support. There we go. Very good. Alright. What's my stamina currently looking like? I could probably run another thing somewhere. Complete 2 weekly. Oh, yeah, that's right. We can go do our weekly shit. Where do we need to go for weekly stuff again? Was this a weekly? Yeah, I think it's a weekly, right? Do we currently only have one weekly boss, or do we have like another one somewhere? See, remaining attempts. Is this another? Yeah, it is a weekly right here. Yeah, this is another weekly. So we have Crownless, which we just fought, and then we have Ember, I guess. 3 of them, actually? Oh, okay, cool. Where do we fight Scar? Is this Scar, actually? This might be Scar, actually. Oh, yeah, this guy is also another weekly boss. Yeah, it's got the same outline, the fucking weird, like, square outline. Inverted square diamond outline. Don't you want to upgrade SOL level first? Can I do that yet? Or can I do that? Oh, when it hit Union level 30, because I'm assuming that once I hit Union level 30, I'll get an SOL upgrade quest again, right? So yeah, you're right. We should probably I should probably hold off on it for better drops. It's only at 20, 40, and 60. Oh, if that's the case, then fuck it. Yeah, might as well do our weeklies now then. Yeah, if it's increments in 20, then yeah, it's not like we're gonna hit UL 40 anytime soon. So yeah, might as well do my weeklies right away. Chixia is the new Amber. Unlike Amber though, she's actually useful. 30 is automatic. Oh boy. Looking forward to that. Let's see. I guess I can look into what my chixia wants for skill level ups. Monument Bell. Okay, so we want to grind. Yeah, so we want to go farm this dude then. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't grab those bell thingies from like the crown fight. Yeah, the crown fight gives you something else. And then the ember fight gives you these things, yeah. So yeah, let's go over to this dude over here, to the west. Other way.
Okay.
It's getting late. What are you doing over here, buddy? Gotta take a shower. Go grab something to eat real quick. Go take a shower, and I want to get a good night's rest tonight because I've been busy staying up grinding gacha games basically all day, or all weekend long. What a life. God damn it, there's a fucking cube all the way up there too. Fuck, man. Genshin clone confirmed. Verina runs like a lolly character in Genshin.
こんなもんじゃないよ。まだまだ。えい。行くよ。ふっ。ひゃっ。ふっ。ついてこれる？
Actual copy pasta Nahida. Imagine if Genshin and Wuwa collabed. Unfortunately, it'll never happen, but yes, that would be funny to think about. Big turtle. Also, what is Chixia even fucking shooting at?
それ。くらい。それ。で。変身。バーン。行くよ。えい。
I wonder if you actually get bonus damage for fighting this Glacio Tortle, with who is it? With the Chixia or like a fusion character.
じゃあな。絶好調だよ。
I don't know if it matters or anything like that, but it would be interesting if it did.
はい。変身。
Bonk.
ついてこれる？
Yay. Alright. Let's stay at that. One last question I want to ask, chat. In case people have found, like, figured out what to do with the crystal solvents, or basically the frag resin of this game. Is it okay? Have people found it okay using the crystal solvents or the frag resin in this game to just help you grind more materials? Or should you save this like what I usually do for like Genshin and Star Rail? Should you use these? Should you save these only to farm like echoes or like the tuning materials for echoes? Because like I think people have told me that theoretically, technically, you can farm echoes like infinitely. Like if you just keep hopping worlds or some shit. Not to mention that if you just go around just killing everything on the map, I'm sure you can get a lot of echoes that way too. But like maybe you still want to save your stamina for like the tuner shit or whatever, the tuning materials. Or is that not really not that necessary either? Gated by the tuning, I see. Gotcha. So that's what you want to use your what is it? Your crystal solvents for? Gotcha. Okay, so I'll hold on to them, or I'll sit on them for the time being. Okay. Good enough for me. Echoes are basically 20% chance. I see. When you defeat an echo, 20% chance that you can capture them. Okay. And then you run tacit fields for the tuners themselves. Gotcha. Maybe I should upgrade my rover just because. You can also swap her element now. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do that later. Can you farm bosses but not take the reward, just the echo? Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. Because the bosses do respawn pretty quickly. So yeah, I guess you can just indefinitely farm bosses to try to grab like the right set and the right main stat. Yeah. Only 15 chances for increased boss echo, depending on databank. Okay. So maybe you can't just like indefinitely farm them or infinitely farm them. Can you check the big turtle echo you just got? Sure. Big turtle. 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 Where is... I didn't even realize I have a fucking crab. When did I get that? Total. This one looks like this is a blue tier crit rate on Moonlit Cloud set. Kind of a shit set though. Good main stat, but you also need to rush database 15 and UL 30 for gold drops to efficiently farm echoes. Yeah. That too sounds about right. Verena uses this one. Is there any particular reason why she wants this one? Is it because of the echoes? Is it because of the echo's skill, maybe? But it scales off the current character's defense. Not like attack or anything, so. Is it a dancing turtle? No, I think the dancing turtle is like a smaller turtle. Total. The echo effect? Yeah, I figured. Just a damage reduction? I see. Gotcha. Oh, also the 10% damage boost. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, maybe I should try to farm this dude. Not to mention my Verina's on the rejuvenating set instead of moonlit, so. Okay. I am learning. I think I still have that email on my Twitch chat. Oh, I'm learning. Oh, I'm learning. Also, how do I switch? Oh, here we go. Switch her over to Havoc like this. Very good. And now she's a different element. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking ascend my rover too. Fuck it, dude. I'm sure I'll use her at some point. And I'll worry about her echoes later. Hey, Nightmare, how's it going, man? Hope you enjoyed your long weekend. You can also check your Pokédex to see each Pokemon's possible sets. Oh, does each Echo have like only a certain number of sets that they can belong to? Also, when did I hit Union level 28? Databank. Oh, like this? I see. So if I wanted, for example, rejuvenating glow, yeah, so the Tortle can get the rejuvenating glow set. Tortle. Select echoes, data merge. I'm assuming this is used for something, but I don't want to use it right now. Okay, very useful. Thanks for the tips, boys. To burn trash and get random. Oh, it's the fucking strong box then. Gotcha. So it's literally the strong box from Genshin. Just got back from Combo. Oh, you were actually there at Combo Breaker, huh? Hope you enjoyed it over there, man. Yeah, I was watching the event over the weekend. I enjoyed it. We were able to watch a Lily player, a fucking Lily player in Street Fighter 6 fucking win the whole thing, which is fucking amazing. To be fair though, there were no Japanese players over there because Combo Breaker wasn't a CPT tour stop. Because the new patch just went live, but still, man, it was still amazing. That and I think and then Tekken was pretty good too. Also a good way to level your data bank. Oh yeah, because it can like randomly roll things that echoes that you haven't gotten yet. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Not target. Yeah, it's like random. You were on stream for Grand Blue Fantasy Versus once. Hey, nice. I wasn't watching Versus much, but hey, that was cool. Or that's cool. Went from being a stream monster to being on stream. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed Combo Breaker, man. It seemed like a cool event. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm very tempted to buy out the all of the packs here. I'm sure they're very expensive though. So 600, that's basically 1,000 minus 40, so 1960. 1960, this one's 180. This is weekly though. Weekly. I guess the weekly packs are actually not that bad. Or they're actually not too expensive, I don't think. This is only 80. Actually, I think I can buy everything here with the $100 pack that I did get. Let's see. 3 of them are I believe patch once or twice per patch. And then these 2 are weekly. This one's 360 per week. This one's 180. So that's what 540 a week. Swipe? Well, I already swiped, so. I already swiped. Did I get my welcome? Yeah, it says right here. Remaining 26 days, so yeah, I already bought it. Man, it's gonna take a while for us to obtain enough of these lustrous tides, huh? The regular rolls. That'll take a while. Actually, chat, y'all think it's worth it for me to roll for Chixia's best weapon, considering I plan on maining her for the time being? Or is that just like a fucking waste of my time, or a fucking waste of gems when fucking Yinlin is only 2 weeks away? Let's see. Yeah, her best weapon is in fact the regular whatchamacallits. The regular banner weapon, this one right here, Static Mist. I'll set it as Static Mist for the time being. Roll! Do it! Do it now! Do it now! What do you think about the game? You know, I know you play a lot of gachas. That I do. Also, welcome to the stream. You're catching me at the tail end of here because I gotta get off to prepare for work tomorrow. You like watching my videos on FGO, so you're curious on what I think about the game. To boil it down really, really hard, essentially this game is just Genshin but worse. Slightly worse. I do have a higher opinion of it the more I play it. But overall, I think Genshin is still overall a better game. That being said, if you want to start nitpicking, then there are things that Wuthering Waves does do better than Genshin. I think overall the combat is more engaging and more fun. However, there are some things about Genshin's combat that I still enjoy and that I think are better compared to like Wuthering Waves, for example. The exploration was just straight up better in most cases, in most ways, except for visuals. Genshin Impact is still the much better looking game. And for that reason alone, I still think Genshin's exploration is still better. But the mechanics, the exploration mechanics that Wuthering Waves features, they're all very nice. So like, it's things that I wish Genshin had, but they probably will never put in because, you know, engine differences and just overall game design differences as well. But overall, I think the game is worth playing. However, you have to go into it knowing that there's going to be some things about it that you're not going to like. Not only that, but this game is not optimized at all. It's like barely optimized. The developers are working on it to optimize it even further, but like it's clear that this game should have spent at least like another couple months at the very least in the oven and being optimized more so that when it came out, you know, people wouldn't have to bitch about how badly this game runs. No 50-50 or 75-50 or 75-25, you just get the weapon. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to just grab Static Mist for Chixia. We do get a weapon selector at UL 45. That is true. Yeah, but I kind of don't want to wait. Not only that, but I still want to use I still want to main my Yang, and so maybe the UL 45 weapon selector I can just give to Yang instead. Because what is Young's best weapon? I assume Young's best weapon is also going to be the perma weapon. Yeah, the Emerald of Genesis. Yeah. Also, how do I change? Okay, right here. Yeah, there we go. You spelled gacha, so here we are. Yay. That's what's good, man. Unfortunately, we're at the tail end of the stream. Just contemplating if I want to roll, if I want to waste my money on, what is it? If I want to waste my money on Weapon Banner right now or not. You'll get in one pull, trust, I know, right? Just roll the 5-star. It's so easy. The Ganyu of Genshin Chixia do it? Really? How is she the Ganyu of Wuwa? Cause I don't really see it. It's nice to hear somebody talk about the differences between the two games in detail without saying that Genshin is a bad game over and over. Unfortunately, yes. It's going to be very rare for anybody to... Actually, it is understandable because a lot of streamers right now playing Wuthering Waves is... they're being sponsored to play the game. So, obviously, they can't really talk about Genshin, right? So, yeah. If you hear anybody talk about Genshin while playing Wuwa, yeah, it's either not going to talk about Genshin or they're just going to trash on Genshin because, you know, they're being sponsored to play. So yeah, that's one of the big reasons why I don't want to take a sponsor playing a gacha game. Like MiHoYo and Kuro Game can go fuck themselves if they ever try to give me a sponsor. Not that they ever would, considering all the shit that I talk about, that I talk on the CCP and whatnot. So you know, I'm a brand risk right then and there. But yeah, obviously, you know. Genshin is a good game. Wuwa is a good game. I think that personally, Wuwa overall, Genshin overall gives a better experience. But you know, Wuthering Waves has things going for it too, especially now that I've been playing it for a couple of days now, for the past week or so. So yeah, the answer is always more complicated than just this game bad. This game bad. I think I'll hold off on Chixia's main weapons. I think once I get my Chixia up to a higher level, like maybe when I get her to like level 60 or something, then maybe I'll roll for her static mist guns. For now, I think she's doing just fine with her her regular 4-stars with Nova Burst. But maybe one day I'll get her. Maybe one day soon I'll pick up the 5-star perma guns for her, and then I can truly call myself a Chixia main. Have you tried Encore? No, not yet. I have Encore set as my beginner choice banner, guarantee, or it's not guarantee, but. Actually, no, it is guaranteed. Yeah, the 5-star character of your choice is guaranteed in 80. Yeah. So you will get who you selected within 80. I suppose you can still get like spooked by a 5-star earlier if you roll early, but she's highest DPS. Oh, is she top tier because she's an attacker or she's a DPS? That's good to know. But yeah. You got just selected early, so the banner ends right then and there. I see. Gotcha. I thought that you could still have a chance of like getting spooked, but I guess not. Now that I think about it. So as soon as you get who you wanted, or as soon as you get the 5-star you wanted, it just ends. But yeah. Chixia pretty fun though. Not gonna lie. Alright, chat. I'm gonna call it there, boys. Gotta prepare for tomorrow, for work, to go back to work, to get my ass back to work tomorrow. Back to hell it is with me. So, I gotta go grab something to eat real quick. and go take a shower, get ready for bed. Yep, gotta prepare for the Corpa.
今日も京都で人助け
But yeah, appreciate everybody hanging out tonight, hanging out with me for the past about 5.5 hours. If I had gone on come on stream earlier, I would have been able to stream for maybe at least 6 hours. But I gotta get off now. Gotta take the next 2 hours just prepping for work
みんなが
tomorrow.
無事
So.
なら私も頑張って
Yeah,
甲斐があるって
appreciate
もんだ
y'all hanging out. I will be back, I think tomorrow, because I think Star Rail's banner switches to Boot Hill tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, right? At least I think it will. So if not tomorrow, then on Wednesday, whenever it does come out. So that'll be my next stream. But other than that, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your long weekends if you're American. If not, hopefully you guys had a good start to your week. On Wednesday, okay, gotcha. But yeah. I'm gonna raid Braxphone this time. I actually don't think I've raided Braxphone at all. He and I have talked before, so we know each other. But I'm gonna go raid Braxphone. You guys can go hang out with him, because I think I've already raided Sweetly. I think I raided Fobmaster before. Maybe I could go raid Slice. I know he's doing a subathon. Maybe I'll go raid him the next time I stream. But yeah, go hang out with Braxphone. Tell him I said what's up. But yeah, take care everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Like I said. God, Chisha's voice is really loud. Anyways, take care guys. Peace.